Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. Just a small heads up, there are a few ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the experience is completely ad-free. These stories are created with care, and I hope you'll give them a chance. There's something special here that's hard to find elsewhere. If you enjoy the atmosphere, a like or a subscribe means more than you know, but only if you genuinely want to. Before we begin, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always comforting to see how connected we all are across the world. Now settle in, and let's begin our night together. Jake felt the first hum of spring in the air while he was still packing his rucksack on the kitchen table. A pale sunrise slid through the blinds and painted soft gold across the coffee mugs that he and Emily had forgotten to wash the night before. Outside, patches of stubborn snow clung to the lawns of their neighborhood like ragged lace, but it was only a matter of time before the thaw finished its work. The moment felt perfect for escaping the city and trading exhaust-fumed streets for the hush of high pines and cold lake water. They had planned the trip for weeks, writing out grocery lists between meetings, texting back and forth during their commutes, teasing Ryan about whether he would finally remember to bring a proper sleeping bag instead of the threadbare one he had owned since sophomore year. Sarah, who kept color-coded notes for nearly everything in her life, controlled the schedule. Leave before sunrise on Saturday, reach the trailhead by noon, hike past the first lake to a more secluded spot, set up camp before dark. When Jake glanced at the itinerary taped to the fridge, he felt an almost childish anticipation tighten inside his chest. By 7 o'clock he was crammed into the back seat of Ryan's old Subaru with coolers balanced against his knees and a guitar case wedged under his feet. Ryan argued with the GPS, insisting it was wrong about the fastest route to Pine Ridge, while Emily, reaching from the passenger seat, swatted at the dashboard until the voice quieted. Sarah laughed at both of them, then turned in her seat to grin at Jake. She wore the same knit cap she had bought at a craft market the winter before, the blue yarn still bright against her dark hair. The drive took 4 hours, though Ryan claimed they could have made it in 3 if someone hadn't sabotaged my shortcut. When they finally pulled onto the gravel forest road, the monotony of highway billboards gave way to endless cedars and firs. Sunlight dripped between branches in syrup-slow stripes. Deer tracks crisscrossed the muddy shoulders, and the smell of thawing earth seeped through the cracked windows. At the trailhead a hand-painted sign warned campers must pack out all trash. Another, older plank of wood leaned crookedly beneath it. The letters had faded, but Jake made out a few still visible words: long trail, lake spur, shelter, use fire pits responsibly. He touched the worn edges with a fingertip, wondering how many backpackers had traced the same cracked grain before disappearing into the forest. They shouldered their packs, locked the Subaru, and stepped onto the trail. Emily, who worked in a gym and never missed a chance to turn simple exertion into a challenge, set a brisk pace. The path sloped gently for the first kilometer, passing stands of young aspen, then dipped into older forest where ancient stumps lay feathered with moss. Birds flitted overhead, shards of color between branches. Sarah identified each call: chickadees, red-breasted nuthatch, pine warbler, while Ryan and Jake joked about which song would make the best cell phone ringtone. By mid-afternoon they reached the first lake. The water was so clear that stones on the bottom looked close enough to touch. They might have camped right there if another party hadn't claimed the only established fire ring. Jake greeted the strangers, a family of 3 sipping cocoa beside a bright blue tent, and then he and Emily led the group farther along a narrower spur trail. Each kilometer took them deeper into silence. Snow lingered in shady depressions, and runoff braided across the path in icy trickles. Around 4 o'clock they emerged into a clearing where a second, smaller lake shimmered like a glass coin dropped among trees. No other footprints marred the patchy snow. "Home," Emily announced, rolling her shoulders as she surveyed the site. They set to work with practiced ease. Sarah unpacked the lightweight stove, Ryan and Emily pitched the 2 3-person tents, and Jake wandered the perimeter gathering fallen branches for a cooking fire. Twilight arrived swiftly. Shadows pooled under the firs, and the lake mirrored a bruise-colored sky. The friends crouched around their small blaze, coaxing marshmallows into molten sugar and melting cheese onto flatbread. Someone produced a metal flask. They passed it in a circle, Ryan shuddering dramatically after each swallow, Emily pretending she tasted nothing stronger than lemonade, Sarah taking the smallest sip of all. Warmth seeped outward from the fire pit stones. But every time Jake glanced into the tree line, he felt an older coldness hovering there, as if the forest hadn't decided yet whether to accept their presence. It was exactly then the old man appeared, soundless footsteps on pine needles, shoulders stooped beneath a green wool coat that looked as weathered as the trail sign. The fire's glow caught in his eyes, startling and bright. Emily greeted him first, polite but wary. "Evening, sir. Need a place to warm up?" He shook his head. His beard was the color of steel filings, trimmed close enough that Jake saw the twitch of jaw muscle when he spoke. "Not here to rest, thank you. Only to remind you young folks to watch yourselves." His voice grated, the vowels chewed thin. "These woods keep older stories than the park rangers will tell. Stories about a spirit that walks hungry." Sarah stopped mid-sip. "You mean a Wendigo?" Her tone balanced between fascination and disbelief. She loved folklore the way some people love astrology. The man lifted one gloved hand, palm angled toward the trees. "So they name it in books. Out here it needs no name. Only caution." He paused, studying each of their faces. "It follows those who wander too deep or stay too long. Best pack up come dawn." And then he was gone, turned on his heel and swallowed by darkness so quickly that Jake wondered whether his memory exaggerated how close the stranger had stood. Embers cracked. A gust of wind rattled skeletal alder branches. Ryan tossed a pine cone into the coals, watching it hiss. "Local color. Guy's probably on half the trail brochures." He tried to laugh, but the sound flattened in his throat. "Ghost stories don't change the weather forecast," Emily said, practical as ever. Still, she poked at the fire with unnecessary fervor, sending sparks yawning upward. When they zipped themselves into sleeping bags a half-hour later, the conversation had dwindled to silence broken only by the lake licking at its pebbled shore. Jake drifted between dreams of charcoal sketches and odd snatches of the old man's voice. Somewhere in that early AM hush, a sharp crack snapped him alert. He lay perfectly still, heart-tapping ribs like loose chalk inside a tin. Another crack, maybe 40 meters away? Branch underfoot, he told himself. Moose, perhaps. Then came the long, raspy howl. Not coyote high, not wolf rich, but hollow, stretched too thin, as if air had to travel farther through a mouth larger than any animal's. Ryan, in the other tent, muttered something Jake couldn't catch. Sarah shifted beside Jake, her sleeping bag rustling. Neither spoke. Words might summon the howl again. Eventually cold overtook fear, and Jake dozed until a watery gray dawn seeped under the rain fly. At breakfast Ryan declared the mystery solved. "Coyotes. Happens all the time near my aunt's farm." Emily raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Sarah avoided the discussion entirely, concentrating on folding the map, yet Jake noticed how her shoulders hunched at every sudden gust of wind. They voted to explore before deciding whether to move camp. The map showed 2 dotted lines, a continuation of their spur trail and an unnamed path climbing toward ridges deeper inside Pine Ridge territory. Adventure trumped caution. They stowed day packs with snacks and water, doused the fire, and set off single file. Halfway up the slope, Ryan spotted tracks, deep imprints melting the patchy snow. He knelt, brushed frost away, and frowned. "Doesn't look like a deer." The rear half resembled a cloven hoof, yet the front half tapered into something almost human, complete with 5 toe-like nubs. Whatever left them strode on 2 legs, each print more deeply pressed than the last. "Weird shape," Emily admitted. "But maybe a moose stepped funny." No one argued. Explanations felt fragile, and fragile things break when handled. They moved on. By noon the trail coiled around a knob of granite. Wind scoured the ridge, bringing scent of cedar, peat, and something faintly metallic. Jake spotted it first. The cabin slouched 30 paces beyond a tumble of frost-bleached logs. Russet lichen crusted the shingles, shutters dangled by single nails. This structure predated park management. Whoever hammered those planks had done so decades ago, maybe before any formal map named these trees. Ryan tried the latch. The door canted inward with a howl of hinges. Sunlight sliced dust-thick air, illuminating sagging rafters, moldering crates, a rusted pot-bellied stove. And on every wall, gouged symbols repeated, spirals broken by straight lines, stick figures with antlered crowns, crude silhouettes tall and thin. Jake's gaze caught an object on a cobwebbed table, a leather-bound notebook swollen with moisture. He pried it open carefully. Ink had leached across most pages, but fragments remained. Third night, no stars again, only the mouth in the trees. I tried the Latin names, then fire, nothing holds. If anyone finds this, leave the trail before it takes your face. The last entry sprawled jagged across a torn scrap. It is behind me, please God bring day. Ryan, who read over Jake's shoulder, exhaled. Tourist graffiti. But his voice quivered. Sarah traced a clawed engraving on the window frame. Every culture has a version of the Wendigo. She murmured, more to herself than to them. Shadows lengthened quickly in those shuttered corners. Emily's unease flared into command. We're leaving. They filed out, grateful for clear sky and ordinary birdsong. But as they descended toward the lake, the woods seemed to lean closer. The hush deepened until even their bootsteps sounded muffled, as if someone draped felt across the forest floor. When they reached camp, twilight had slipped its first purple veil over the water. Jake relit the fire. Sarah sorted packets of rice and beans with fidgeting fingers. Ryan fetched more wood, returning often to peer into the trees. Emily unpacked her small hatchet and began carving tinder. None mentioned the symbols or the journal. Words would give the memories form, better to let them remain unsettled. Night thickened. Wind skirled in the high canopy, but near the tents no breeze stirred. Flame light jittered across their faces. Jake strummed his guitar in tentative chords, trying to summon a familiar song, but every melody evaporated into atonal plucks. A twig snapped at the perimeter of glow. Heads jerked. Sarah lifted her flashlight. Pale beam crawled across roots, brush, trunks, stopping at the figure. It stood half-lit, ribs razor-sharp beneath gray flesh, arms so long the fingers grazed kneecaps. A ragged pelt clung to its shoulders, tapering into points that resembled antlers except they sprouted not from skull bone but from flesh itself. The eyes, where eyes should have been, were pits of amber-green light. Its chest expanded with a creak of tendon and released a breath that rolled across the clearing like steam escaping fissured earth. Jake rose slowly, torch in one hand, the journal still tucked in his jacket pocket. Words he had read only hours earlier surfaced. It fears fire. He swallowed, then spoke aloud, steady as he could. Stay together. Emily backed toward the stacked firewood. Ryan grabbed her wrist, helped pile logs within reach. Sarah knelt, feeding sticks into the flames until sparks leapt high. The Wendigo advanced. Each step silent. Each step wrong, as if joints bent counter to their design. From its throat burst a screech, shrill enough that Jake's vision pulsed white. He stumbled, nearly dropped the torch. Emily recovered first. She seized a half-burned branch and thrust it forward. The creature recoiled, snarling. Its antler flesh cracked, oozing something dark that hissed when it hit the coals. Jake forced himself upright, brandishing his own brand. Back! He rasped, though the word felt absurd facing a legend wearing hunger like a cloak. Yet the thing hesitated. Firelight gilded its hollow cheeks. Beneath stretched skin, muscles quivered, not in fear, Jake realized, but in anticipation, like a bowstring drawn near to snapping. Ryan fetched another flaming log. They formed a crescent before the dwindling tents. Sparks spiraled skyward, and for a heartbeat Jake feared the embers might guide the monster instead of repelling it. But with a guttural rumble it retreated 2 paces. Then 2 more. At the tree line it paused, abyss eyes fixed on Jake as though recognizing him, not as an individual, but as prey species identified by scent alone. It opened its mouth, if the split down its face could be called mouth, and released a sigh so cold the air between them frosted. Then it turned and vanished into the shadows, moving on all fours with predatory elegance. "Go!" Emily hissed. They kicked snow across the fire, stuffed essentials into packs, yanked tent stakes free with clumsy, shaking hands. Every second felt heavier than the last. Every trunk beyond the immediate lantern glow seemed to harbor antlers and eyes. No one debated whether the trail back was safe at night. Distance was safety. They followed the beam of Jake's headlamp, stumbling over roots, half sliding down icy switchbacks. Behind them, branches snapped at intervals, always just beyond vision. Sometimes the breaking wood came from the left, sometimes right, once far ahead, an impossible leap unless something could run faster than deer through undergrowth. Sarah whispered, "It's hurting us." Jake tightened his grip on the torch until his knuckles blanched. Hours bled together. At last the forest thinned, revealing gravel illuminated by dawn's early smear of pewter. Ryan's Subaru crouched where they had left it, windows silvered with frost. The five of them piled gear into the trunk, no folding, no packing, only shoving. Ryan fumbled keys, cursed, finally roared the engine awake. As the car lurched onto the main road, Jake dared look back. Nothing moved among the trees. Yet he knew, or believed, that hollow gaze tracked their departure. Only when the highway swallowed the last evergreen did they speak. Emily murmured, "We're alive." Sarah closed her eyes, face streaked with dried tears. Ryan drove the speed limit for once. Jake clutched the journal. Its leather had grown brittle, edges crumbling like scorched paper. He thought of leaving it on some roadside rest stop bench, but something in him insisted it remain with them, proof, warning, covenant. Back in the city they showered, hid camping gear in far corners of closets, invented excuses for families who asked why they returned early. At a diner the following week Jake slid the journal across the booth to Emily. "Burn it?" he suggested. She shook her head. "Archive it. Let there be at least one record." They locked it inside Sarah's grandfather's war trunk in her attic and promised not to open the latch again. Years passed. Jobs shifted, romances bloomed and withered, text threads lulled. Then one rainy November night Jake scanned a news site and froze. Headline, "Hikers vanish near Pine Ridge, search continues." The accompanying photos showed sheriff's deputies at a familiar trailhead. Behind them, that same sign leaned, its paint even more weathered. Jake closed the article. The laptop screen reflected his face, older, less certain, haunted by cold evergreen hush. He resisted phoning the others. He knew they would feel the same hopeless tug, the same guilt for escaping. Instead he walked to his balcony, lit a candle, and watched flames shiver in the damp wind. Somewhere beyond city smog and highway static, the forest breathed, ancient and patient. Among those trees, hunger stitched itself into a shape that wore antlers like warning flags. Jake lifted the candle, small as any campfire coal, and whispered a promise that he would not return, that he would remember, that he would carry the story so others might choose paved roads over lonely spurs. Below, traffic hissed on wet asphalt. Above, clouds rolled without stars. Between them, a man held a single flame and pictured 5 figures circling a blaze, believing for one fragile moment that legend could be left behind with daylight. He knew better now. Legends are not left, they follow. I had just turned 18 when my mother sat my father and me at the kitchen table, folded her arms, and told us she was done living in a house where every ordinary conversation could boil over into an argument. She loved us both, she said, but she was tired of slamming doors, tired of a teenage daughter and a 52-year-old man glaring at each other across half-cold dinners, and tired of being forced to play the referee after the smallest misunderstanding, whether we were disagreeing about who emptied the dishwasher, what program to watch on television, or who had forgotten to fill the gas tank on the family car. My father and I sat there staring at our mugs. I recognized the look in his eyes because I felt it in my own chest, a stubborn mixture of resentment and regret, the sense that we both wanted to fix things and resented being told to fix them in the same breath. I loved him. He paid the bills, taught me how to cast a lure, and tried his best to show affection. But somewhere along the way we had begun to speak different languages, each misunderstanding twisting tighter until we felt as if we were on opposite sides of everything. Mom reached across the table and touched Dad's arm. "Please," she said, "just try. Spend a few days away together. Get back to what made you two click when you were younger." She turned to me and added, "Go somewhere beautiful. Talking can happen once you remember you actually like each other." My first instinct was to refuse. He must have sensed it, because he cleared his throat and said, in the even tone he reserved for hardware store clerks and bank tellers, "Just the two of us." It wasn't a question. It wasn't an order. It was a possibility handed across the table like a fishing lure he wasn't entirely sure I wanted to hold. "That new state forest," he added. "I read an article about it. A protected wilderness up in the foothills near 3 lakes full of smallmouth bass and trout." Mom brightened immediately, hopeful that our one solid connection, fishing, would bridge the wider gaps. I heard myself agreeing. I realize in retrospect that the plan succeeded because fishing required companionship without conversation. The long hours side by side in a boat or on a grassy bank created a space in which small, safe words could ricochet off the silence without raising either of our defensive hackles. Over the next week my father pored over maps, Googled weather forecasts, and ordered 2 ultralight spinning rods to celebrate the trip. I pretended to be nonchalant, but in truth I caught myself studying his handwritten checklist on the dining room sideboard: apples, jerky, fire starters, tent stakes, propane cylinders, extra spark plugs for the outboard motor that hadn't actually been attached to our aluminum boat in 3 years. By Friday morning the truck box was packed so full that the tailgate barely latched. Mom hugged each of us with a fierceness that made it clear she would be worrying every minute we were gone. "Bring me photos of big fish," she said, smiling through tears. We pulled out of the driveway under a pale dawn. A flock of starlings swirled above the telephone wires at the end of the block, the sky behind them streaked pink and lavender. My father switched off the radio after 2 miles, as if the chatter of morning show DJs might shatter an unspoken armistice between us. Instead we listened to the engine's steady hum and watched houses give way to barns, barns give way to rolling pasture, and pasture fade into dense forests that climbed the hills in ragged ranks of spruce and fir. 5 hours later we crested the final ridge. A raw spread of wilderness unfolded ahead, 3 jagged peaks, their shoulders still patched with late winter snow, a valley where 3 lakes winked like slivers of glass, unbroken tree line in every direction. On the valley floor, a ribbon of dusty road crossed a small meadow, then disappeared among the trees toward the lakes. A sign beside that road read State Forest Boundary, authorized vehicles only, proceed at own risk. Dad rolled down his window, inhaled deeply through his nose, and said, "Smell that? Balsam and spring meltwater. Nothing else like it." Under the brim of his old Red Sox cap, his eyes seemed to soften, the way they had when I was a kid begging to cast one more time off the dock. We rumbled down the rutted road, the truck jouncing on frost-heaved earth, until the trees opened to reveal a clearing next to the lower lake, an almost perfect semicircle of grass, ringed by taller spruce on 3 sides and bounded on the 4th by rocky shoreline that sloped to the water. I hopped out and stretched my cramped legs. The ground was velvet with early wildflowers, yellow trout lily, bluish spring beauty, and damp beneath the moss in spots where snowmelt still seeped down from the ridges. We unloaded our gear in tandem. By noon we had erected the dome tent on the flattest patch of ground, anchored guy ropes to stout sticks, laid a tarp beneath for extra insulation, and lined the interior with foam sleeping mats and flannel bags. About 20 feet from the tent, we arranged a fire ring with stones lugged from the shoreline, cleared pine needles to bare soil, and built a small pyramid of kindling. Dad drove 2 aluminum poles into the earth so we could string the cooler and food sacks overhead, out of reach of raccoons and anything larger that might lurk in these woods. Once camp was established, we carried our rods to the waterline. We fished the entire afternoon from a small drift boat Dad kept garaged for special outings. By 4 o'clock we had netted and released a dozen pan-sized trout. Farther up the arm of the lake, I hooked a fat smallmouth bass that put a respectable bend in my ultralight rod. Dad whooped when I landed it, a genuine giddy whoop. The tension I'd lugged for months seemed to slough into the ripples. We paddled back to camp with the fish on a stringer. As soon as we hit shore, Dad filleted it on a cutting board balanced across 2 rocks, then sprinkled it with salt, pepper, and lemon powder. I stoked the fire until flames whispered up cedar shavings. 20 minutes later we ate the base straight off tin plates, the flesh sweet and moist. After dinner we lingered by the fire, he on a folding stool, me on a log we'd hauled closer. Shadows thickened between trees. The sky overhead glowed lavender, then bruised dark indigo. I listened for frogs and insects, spring peepers, mosquitoes, the scratchy hum of katydids, but the woods remained unnervingly silent. Even the breeze seemed to hush. I said, "We might have scared off the wildlife stomping around all day." My father grunted agreement, though his gaze remained fixed on the dark swath between spruce trunks. The fire popped. Sparks twirled upward and died. When the last coal winked out, we retreated to our sleeping bags and sleep swallowed us almost immediately. I woke at dawn to find my father already crouched by the embers, stove kettle rattling above a fresh flame. Steam spiraled from enamel mugs. Early sunlight lanced through mist above the lake, silvering every spider thread. I stepped from the tent into that hush and felt something shift inside me, an admission that yes, this trip might actually heal the distance between us. We spent the morning hiking north into a valley rumored to harbor deer herds. Dad had drawn an off-season tag, archery only, more for population control than sport, and wanted to test his new recurve bow. I carried binoculars and camera. The trail wound through groves where birch bark hung in parchment strips and wind sighed high in the spruce crowns. After 2 miles we reached a meadow carpeted with fresh grass. 5 deer grazed at the far edge, quick tails flicking flies. We hunkered behind boulders to watch them. When they drifted closer we could see their ribs beneath sleek coats. Winter had been hard on them. Dad knocked an arrow, exhaled slowly, and released. The arrow struck truer than I expected. 1 deer dropped cleanly. A quick field dress followed. By midday we had meat for dinner wrapped in cheesecloth and stowed in Dad's pack. We left the meadow, retracing our route through forest that felt somehow wider, more accepting. Only later, hiking the last half-mile to camp, did my father remark on the quiet. "Birds should be raucous at this hour. Not a peep. Ah, de?" He shrugged and continued onward. I tried to shake the unease building in my gut. In the daylight, among budding tree limbs, it was easy to tell myself we were simply city folk unaccustomed to wilderness rhythms. Camp greeted us unchanged. We set the venison to marinate in salt water, then dozed in the mild sunshine. I sketched a view of the ridgeline in my notebook while Dad repaired a loose tip on one of the rods. By evening the forest still hadn't found its voice. A solitary raven croaked once, winging overhead. Otherwise nothing. We cooked the venison over a fresh fire, searing slices on a cast iron skillet until edges crisped. The meat tasted wild and clean, flavored with wood smoke. Dad reminisced about skipping high school classes to fish a creek behind his friend's farm. I countered with a story of sneaking off campus junior year for diner pancakes. We laughed more easily than we had in months. Night fell. We banked the fire, zipped sleeping bags, and surrendered to sleep. I woke to darkness like ink. My first thought was of an owl because I'd heard a faint scuff outside the tent, a rustle, maybe wings grazing nylon. But as my eyes opened fully I realized the sound repeated with a deliberate cadence. Step, step, crunch of dry twig, pause. Something walked upright, not the erratic scuttle of raccoon or hare. It circled slowly, as though inspecting every stake line and guy rope. I rolled onto my side and saw pale moonlight spill through the tent fabric. Dad lay on his back, but his eyes glimmered open. He lifted a finger to his lips, slid silently from his bag, and retrieved the rifle we kept stowed along the floor seam. Even this early in spring bear country rules made precaution wise. I reached for my own .22, heart stuttering. The footfalls halted at the far corner of the tent. Silence. I held my breath. The smell that drifted in then was wrong, a stench of wet fur, coppery blood, and something rank like rotting leaves. Nylon rippled. Claws? I mouthed the word. Dad motioned toward the flap. He eased the zipper down 3 inches, stopped, listened. The night beyond appeared so black I could almost feel it pressing against the opening. Another footstep, this time closer to the lake. My father unzipped the door in one swift motion, ducked out, and rose into a crouch, rifle ready. I followed. Moonlit clearing, tents behind us, lake glimmering silver. At first nothing moved. Then, at treeline, a mass of fur rippled, huge shoulders, matted patches where hide looked torn or diseased. It stood angled away, rummaging through low brush. I whispered, "Bear?" My father shook his head. "Too tall." The creature lumbered sideways. Moonlight traced its outline, hindquarters elongated, forelimbs absurdly muscled. Patches of hide were missing entirely, exposing raw skin. When it turned its head, light caught eye shine, red at the core, ringed by amber. I had seen wolves in documentaries, in zoo enclosures. This was no wolf. It was as if someone had built a wolf from distorted memory, larger, more human somehow, each proportion off by just enough to feel nightmarish. My muscles locked. My father raised the rifle. He fired once, the shockwaves slamming my eardrums. The creature reared on hind legs. Its head almost brushed a low pine bough 8 feet above ground. It tipped back muzzle and loosed a howl that shredded the quiet. The sound carried the timbre of iron scraping slate, layered with something like a man screaming through a metal pipe. Time fractured. Dad grabbed my arm with astonishing force, half dragged me toward the truck. I stumbled, boots skidding on pine needles. Behind us branches snapped as the creature charged. I glanced over my shoulder. Its silhouette lunged across the moonlit clearing, arms swinging in strides too fluid for a beast yet too savage for a man. The rifle lay forgotten near the fire ring. We barreled into the truck cab, doors slamming. Dad jabbed keys into ignition, floored the accelerator. Tires spun in soft earth, grabbed, flung gravel. Headlights carved the track toward the meadow. A thump against the rear quarter panel jolted the chassis. Something skittered across metal, claws. Another impact dented the tailgate. The truck fishtailed. Dad wrestled the steering wheel, teeth gritted. I braced against the dash, seeing in the side mirror a tall shape sprinting behind us on 2 legs, then dropping to all 4s, then rising again, its speed obscene. We burst from the forest onto the logging road. The creature faltered at tree line, retreated into shadow. A final hurled stone clanged off the truck roof, landing in the bed with a crash that left a crater in the spare fuel can. Then we were alone with the night and the hum of tires. We didn't stop until we reached a motel 30 miles away. The clerk eyed our mud-spattered clothes and my father's trembling hands. He slid over a key without comment. Inside the room, Dad bolted the door, sagged onto one of the twin beds, and stared at his palms as if expecting claw marks to bloom. Neither of us spoke. Dawn seeped through drapes before exhaustion overtook. When we returned mid-morning, the clearing felt smaller, stripped. The tent lay shredded, poles snapped. The cooler hung from its rope, but every latch had been gnawed open. Packages of oatmeal were torn apart, coffee grounds scattered like dark confetti. The fillet knife we'd used on trout lay twisted, blade chipped. Strangely, our sleeping bags were untouched, neatly rolled inside the tent's mangled shell. We salvaged what we could, packed in silence. Each glance toward the treeline made my stomach clutch. Every gust of wind sounded like footfalls. It was only when we had loaded the truck and buckled seatbelts that my father spoke. "Whatever we saw, son, it wasn't natural. But it was real." I nodded. Words stuck like fishhooks in my throat. I thought about the way Mom had hugged us goodbye, about how I'd promised I'd bring home pictures of big fish. I thought about the arguments Dad and I had let fester. In that truck cab, with the odor of pine sap and raw fear still clinging to our clothes, those quarrels seemed impossibly small. Halfway home, Dad cleared his throat. "I'm sorry," he said. It was not for anything specific. It was for all the mornings when we muttered past each other, for every slammed door. I murmured the same apology back. We drove the rest of the way with windows open, spring air rushing in, saying little yet feeling something mend in the quiet between us. We never told Mom every detail. We said the campsite had been overrun by raccoons. We joked that our borrowed tent must have looked like an all-night diner to critters. She shook her head, half amused, half reproachful, but she didn't press. She saw the change in us. The way I lingered at the dinner table to hear Dad's stories. The way he tilted his head when I spoke as if each sentence deserved space. Months later, a local paper ran a short piece about remote area closures near the same state forest. Due to reports of aggressive wildlife, trails 6B through 12A will remain closed until further notice. Dad clipped the article, folded it, and shoved it in his wallet behind photos of trout and birthday cards. We agreed, without speaking, that memories inside that line of trees could stay there. Yet on calm nights, when wind in the maple beside my bedroom window keens just right, I sometimes hear an echo of that howl, iron on slate, layered with a man's scream. I lie still and remember moonlight on raw skin, the hot smell of gunpowder, my father's hand gripping my arm. I remember how terror stripped every resentment away, leaving only the bond beneath. I don't know if I'll ever camp again in a place untouched by human sound. Part of me longs for that wilderness. Part of me suspects some wildness is best respected from a distance. My father and I still fish together, but we do it close to home now. Lazy rivers where houses peek through cottonwoods, ponds where neighbor kids ride bikes to the dock. We tell ourselves there are big fish here too. Most days that is enough. But every once in a while we fall silent at the same moment, as if both hearing a memory moving unseen through dark spruce. And when that happens we share a brief, haunted smile, grateful and uneasy, remembering the night a nightmare stepped from the treeline and chased us into something like forgiveness. I was 43 years old the morning I finally wrote all of this down, yet I can close my eyes and watch the entire night roll past me as clearly as if it happened last week. The air still smells like early summer in mid-coast Maine whenever I think about it. Pine pitch hot from the heat of the day, damp soil cooling under shadows, and a faint hint of salt drifting up the bays and inlets that cut the coastline into ragged puzzle pieces. Back when the story took place, late June meant long twilights and a hum of mosquitoes the moment the sky went purple. In those days the biggest animals anyone expected to meet in our little slice of Waldo County were white-tailed deer, the odd mangy coy dog, or a fox skulking after chickens. We had black bears a couple of counties north, but everyone swore none had crossed the Penobscot in years. My town was a place of dirt roads, weather-beaten farmhouses, and family names that had been carved into local headstones since before Maine stopped being part of Massachusetts. Even the county names come straight out of Algonquin or Abenaki, Penobscot, Kennebec, Sagadahoc. Most of us grew up hearing legends about shadow things that lived in the timber, but we told those stories for the same reason people everywhere tell them: to keep kids close to the porch after sundown, to share a laugh around a campfire, to feel a good chill when the candle gutters. The night in question began with nothing wilder on my mind than an ATV ride. My best friend, D, I'll keep his name to an initial the way I always have, and my cousin Jay had wandered down the hill from Jay's father's place to mine. We were all 18, old enough to believe we ran our own lives, young enough that an engine, a loaded magazine, and an evening with no chores felt like pure freedom. We did what we did every June: set tin cans on a cedar fence post, stepped back a respectful distance, and snapped off .22 rounds until our slots ached and the cans lay crushed in the duff. My father was 2 hours home from a 10-hour shift at the mill and already halfway through a bottle of Allen's coffee brandy. Ever since the divorce he drank the way some men breathe, steady and constant, as though setting the glass down would mean thinking about how Mom was gone. He lurched out onto the back stoop while Dee reloaded. I can still picture him in a sweat-damp t-shirt, the shape of the bottle visible in his fist. He squinted against the setting sun and said, "Hate to ask you boys for a favor, but I'm short on supplies." He rattled the bottle like we couldn't see it was nearly dead. "Carol's still working over at the general store. I already called her. She'll sell a man's liquor to his own kin so long as she knows it isn't you fools drinking it. Take the wheelers, be polite, and buy me a pint. He slid a $40 roll of bills across the porch rail. Gas money in there too. Folks who didn't grow up in little towns like ours are shocked when I tell them that store clerks sometimes look the other way for errands like that, but in those days it was normal. Carol had known my father since grade school, figured she was doing the Lord's work keeping him from climbing behind the steering wheel himself. He lit up like a kid on Christmas. He never turned down an excuse to punch a throttle. Jay looked less excited. His own quad had nearly given up the ghost. A week of mud bogging after spring melt had chewed the brake pads off, and the headlight cracked when he clipped a rock pile. Jay shrugged and said he'd stay behind and help Dad start supper. He slapped my shoulder and told me to get lost before the light faded. I grabbed my Winchester Model 9422, clean from the afternoon shooting, and slung it across my back just in case a rabbit or partridge crossed our path. We weren't headed deep into the state forest, just riding the power line track that stitched one patch of farmland to the next, but an extra bit of meat is never a bad thing. Dee checked the fuel in his Yamaha, tossed me an empty jerry can, and started his engine. I tied blaze orange survey tape to my handlebars the way I always did at dusk. My father teased me that only fools get lost on their own back 40, but I liked the habit. Something about marking a path makes the dark less tricky. We took off around 6. The sun hovered over the spruce tops in a haze of gold. The machines hummed through open pasture, under rusting galvanized gates, then into the shadow of the woods. Red squirrels dashed across the ruts. A barred owl called from someplace we could never spot. Half a mile and we rolled up a granite bald that locals call Second Hill, even though nobody remembers the first. The climb ends in a wide shelf scraped bare by glaciers 10,000 years ago. Blueberries root in the cracks, and when the season's right you can squat down and fill a tin pail before black flies drive you out. Tradition says you stop at the crest, cut your throttles, and eat a handful of berries. We did just that, Dee stretching his legs, me looking west toward Camden Hills where sunset painted the peaks. That was when we saw the deer. Only at first glance it looked like a deer. The creature stood deep in a tangle of brush 20 yards away, half hidden by bayberry, but what we could see made no sense. It was tall enough that its shoulders cleared the top of a 6-foot alder sapling. The antlers were enormous, not the tidy basket rack you see in local taxidermy but sprawling, more than a dozen points, thick as forearm bones. White tails and mane just don't grow frames like that unless they're eating protein pellets behind a fence. Yet the body under the rack looked wrong, gaunt almost to the point of skeletal. Bristly hair draped in patches, bearing scabby flesh that glimmered faintly. Later, Dee would say the raw hide seemed to glow the way lichens do under a black light. Worst of all, a rank stink rolled across the rock, rotting meat mixed with porta-potty chemicals, skunk spray, and something sweet like antifreeze. I eased my quad backward a foot, kept the engine idling. "That is one sick deer," I muttered. Dee gagged behind his glove. "Don't shoot it, whatever you do. The game wardens hammer anyone who leaves diseased carcasses to spread CWD. My plan was simple: skirt around, keep the machines between us and it, and get clear. We started down the gentler slope on the far side, engines ticking low. The creature moved too, staying parallel behind the brush, pacing us. I felt its eyes on the back of my skull. Dee shouted over the motor, "It's following!" We hit the trail and picked up speed. I glanced over my shoulder. At the top of Second Hill, silhouetted against pink sky, the thing reared onto its hind legs. I have seen deer stand upright when boxing or nibbling apples, but this was different. It didn't bob or sway for balance. It simply straightened, forelimbs dangling too long, and stared down the hill. Even from that distance I could see bones shining where muzzle skin should be. A shudder went through me so hard the handlebars shook. We made the rest of the ride to Carol's store in record time, blowing through shadowy cutovers and rattling across the plank bridge that crosses the Duck Trap River. Dee's Yamaha spit gravel skidding into the dirt lot. Under the fluorescent glow of the sign we discovered why he'd been weaving. His rear tire sagged, sidewall split on some unseen stump. I cursed, flipped the kickstand on my Honda, and stomped inside. Carol waved from behind plexiglass, took the cash, boxed a pint in brown paper, and let me use the rotary phone by the bait freezer. Jay answered on the second ring. I told him about the blowout. Come fetch Dee and Dad's truck. I'll ride home solo. Jay asked whether to bring spare tools. No use. Tires junk. He said they'd be there in a few. Dee killed time tossing pebbles while I filled gas cans. He kept glancing across the dark road toward the wall of balsam fir as though he expected that antlered horror to step out any second. I tried to calm him with jokes, but the back of my neck prickled too. Headlights finally bounced down the pavement. Jay drove, Dad passenger. We wrestled Dee's quad onto the tailgate, ratchet strapped it tight. Dad asked what animal wrecked the tire. I told him a sharp rock. I didn't want to replay the hilltop vision with Carol in earshot. She came out, cigarette dangling, and told us to hurry. Coyote's been howling something fierce past 2 nights. Dad nodded. I handed him the pint. He tossed it onto the floorboard unopened. In that moment I knew he'd sobered up fast at home, probably worried about letting 2 teenagers run errands on his liquor mission. Guilt can turn a man stone dry. Before he climbed back in, Dee pulled a cast-iron fireplace poker off his quad's cargo rack and pressed it into my hand. The thing was 3 feet long, square-shanked, ending in a sharp point for raking coals. Take it, you're going alone, he said. Iron keeps bad spirits away. Or so every ghost story says. I rolled my eyes but stuck it under the bungee cords on my rear rack. They drove east toward town lights, and I revved south toward home. The sky by then was ink, the moon buried behind fast-moving clouds. The journey that felt thrilling with company now seemed miles longer. My headlight bobbed through tunnel-like stretches where spruce limbs met overhead. Gravel spit under tires. Crickets chirped, then fell silent one patch at a time. 5 miles from the house the quiet became total. Pine boughs stopped whispering. My engine, the only sound. That's when I smelled rot again, faint but unmistakable. I rolled off the throttle. Ahead lay the washout slope, treacherous even in daylight. Shadows swallowed the base. I clicked high beam, crept forward. Halfway down the ruts the trail widens in a natural bow. My lamp reached the far side and lit up the creature standing in plain view. No bushes to hide behind this time. Skin clung to ribs, fur hung like moss, antlers black against stars. Eyes reflected brilliant green, too bright for a deer. It lifted thick, claw-tipped hands, I swear they were hands now, and let out a cry that tore straight through me. Imagine the shriek of a rabbit in a snare, the scream of a newborn goat, the yip of a fox, played all at once through busted speakers. Pain lanced my ears. I stalled the engine, clapped palms over my head, slipped sideways off the seat. The creature advanced. Its gait slunk, almost human but with an eerie floating glide between steps. I scrambled for the poker, jerked it free. The iron felt absurdly small. From my right, branches exploded. Something enormous crashed through the underbrush, cleared a fallen spruce, and landed between me and the dear thing. Under the trembling beam of my tipped headlight squatted a silhouette straight out of Hollywood nightmares. Wolf muzzle, triangular ears, shoulders like meat hooks, a man's broad torso covered in charcoal fur. It balanced on digitigrade hind legs, tail swishing like an agitated cat. Steam puffed from fangs. It never took its eyes off the antlered horror. The wolf creature let out a low, rolling snarl so deep my ribs buzzed. It flicked one clawed hand toward me, an unmistakable gesture to leave. I couldn't move, shock welding my feet. It snarled again, louder, cocked its head back at me, then swung that hand in a clear shooing motion. Somehow I comprehended. Hands shaking, I offered the poker. It's iron, I croaked, honesty or insanity making me explain. The beast sniffed, pinched the poker between thumb and forefinger as if testing weight, then gripped the handle. I kicked the quad alive, slam-shifted, and roared up the far rut, engine screaming. Behind me the night filled with a crash of bodies, a clatter of antlers, growls and bleats merging. I forced myself not to look. I feared a glance would flip me into a tree. The Yamaha hit 30, 40, 50 along the power line straight. When I reached our farm gate I nearly didn't stop, skidding sideways in loose sand, wrenched it open, barreled up our driveway. Dad, Jay, and Dee were silhouetted in the yard, all three holding scatterguns. They'd heard the screams echo clear to the farmhouse. I rolled past them, killed the ignition, left the quad straddling the grass. My knees gave. They caught me, dragged me inside, barred the doors. Dad locked the windows, though it would do little good against something that size. He poured coffee, spiked it with the brandy he had finally uncapped, and made me drink. My story spilled out in ragged bits. Dee's face went pale when he heard I'd handed over his poker, but brightened when I swore the wolf man seemed almost protective. We crammed onto couches fully clothed. Nobody slept until dawn. Birds cheeped. The three of them agreed we'd track the site at daylight. I argued, begged, said leave it alone, but Dad's pride rose. By 8, he'd summoned Mr. Wilson and Mr. Santos, men who hunted bear and moose every season. They arrived armed, taciturn, determined. I could barely hobble. Somewhere in the ride my shin had slammed the footwell, so Dad ordered me to stay. Dee and Jay stayed too, uncertainty warring with curiosity. Hours later diesel engines rumbled back and Dad stepped out plaster white. He told me only fragments, blood and wide sprays, trees snapped feet above root line, and inexplicably, a boar's corpse wedged high against a fork, gutted. No predator in Maine does that. The men torched the scene, soaking logs with diesel and setting match, an old tactic for keeping scavengers away and maybe purging whatever could still breed disease. That night Dee slept at Jay's to let his folks know he was alive, though I suspected he needed walls between himself and my woods. I woke for school Monday and found the cast iron poker stabbed into the soil near our back step, point buried, handle glinting with soot. No footprints around it. No scratch of claws on the porch boards. I eased it free. The metal felt warm as a living hand. For weeks afterward I avoided Second Hill. I stuck to chores, rode only in daylight, never strayed beyond shouting distance of the pastures. Dad kept a loaded 12-gauge by his recliner. The empties he had once tossed under the porch for me to gather now went straight into a coffee tin. He said he didn't want scent-drawing coyotes, but I knew the truth. Some nights silence fell too thick. Our dogs, seasoned coonhounds that bay at anything passing, would tuck tails and slink under the porch. On those nights I locked every door before the sun disappeared and lay in bed imagining the blue eyes of the wolf guardian or the hollow glare of the antlered skeleton. Time sanded the edge off my fear, though it never erased memory. I looked up Abenaki legends, Penobscot shapeshifter tales, stories of Shinu and Keitaka, cannibal giants whose hearts turned to ice. I read Algonquin descriptions of the Wendigo, a monster born of hunger and greed, antler-crowned and forever starved. The descriptions matched the thing on Second Hill too well. Yet books also spoke of another figure, a protector of the woods, sometimes wolf, sometimes man, who fights the corruption. I still don't know what walked between me and that antlered corpse, or why it spared me. Maybe it honored the gift of iron. Maybe it recognized I was no threat. Maybe it merely protected its territory from a rival. All I know is that it pointed the way home. I stayed in Maine, inherited the farm after Dad passed, married 3 towns over, raised kids who have heard pieces of this tale but not the worst parts. We still ride quads across Second Hill when blueberries ripen. The trail is different now. The washout is a gravel rut widened by years of runoff. Yet every summer, sometime between the frogs' bedtime and full dark, the woods settle into an uncanny silence. When that hush comes, I dismount, pull survey tape from my pocket, and tie a bright orange ribbon around the nearest branch, one more reminder, both to the trees and to myself, that the way back is marked. Then I point my headlight toward the farm and ride while there is still light left to outrun whatever watches from the shadow of the ridge. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I grew up on my parents' little farm in central Kentucky, surrounded by rolling hills, lazy streams, and the smell of freshly turned soil. By the summer of 2018, I was halfway through high school and already felt as though the weight of college applications, part-time work, and never-ending homework had aged me far beyond my years. Every June and July, the farm became my refuge, the place where stress slipped off like an old shirt, and I remembered what it felt like to breathe deeply. From a bird's eye view, our land looked almost like a rectangle someone had tilted to one side for fun. 20 acres stretched from the county road to a limestone creek and were bordered by hedgerows so thick you'd swear they were walls. The front half, as we called it, held neat rows of corn, green beans, bell peppers, and the occasional row of watermelon when Dad felt optimistic. Closer to the porch, Mom kept raised beds of soft loam where tulips and petunias bloomed in staggered waves. Chickens scratched in a broad enclosure, goats bleated from a little red barn, and old fence posts leaned the way old farmers do when they pause to talk. Just beyond the barn, a single hill, steep, wide, and unruly, rose like a sleeping buffalo. That hill meant everything to the story I'm about to tell, because it was on that slope I met something that does not fit inside the old photographs that line my parents' hallway. The morning of the encounter started like dozens of Kentucky July mornings. Sunlight poured through my east-facing bedroom window at a little after 6, waking me long before any alarm. I lay still, listening to cicadas whine and a distant rooster's hoarse crow. The house smelled faintly of fresh coffee, Dad's first pot before chores, mixed with a lingering whiff of sautéed onions from the night before. I pulled on dusty jeans, a faded ball cap, and work boots that remembered every blister I'd ever earned. Then I headed downstairs to the mudroom. A metal bucket waited by the door, its sides coated in the white dust of cracked corn. My first task, every day, was to feed the birds, gather eggs, and make sure nothing had broken into the pen overnight. That coop, though, was in bad shape. High July humidity turned pine shavings to old sponges. Whenever I cleaned it, mildew clung to my gloves and the ammonia smell stung my nose. I was never shy about telling Mom I hated that job, but chores are chores. I finished before the sun climbed past the tulip trees at the edge of the yard. After dumping the stuff into the compost pile, I sprinted to the outdoor faucet, scrubbed my arms, and imagined the next chore, tractor work. It always felt like trading misery for freedom. Our tractor was a small Kubota, its orange paint chalky from years beneath Kentucky sun. Dad had taught me to drive it back when my feet barely reached the pedals. By 16 I could slide into the seat, bump the throttle, and ease the clutch without thinking. That morning I had 3 tractor jobs: carry 5 50-pound sacks of layer feed from Dad's pickup to the feed room, move a pallet of fertilizer to the corn patch, and finally mow the big hills so the hay contractor, old Mr. Gillis, could cut and bale the grass the following week. The mowing assignment thrilled me. It meant an hour or two perched above the world with nothing but engine noise, wind, and the chance to watch clouds scrape the horizon. I remember opening the shed's big sliding door and smelling diesel. Sunlight did that, warmed the metal skin until fumes leaked from the filler cap. I hauled down the stepladder, topped the tank, checked the oil, and laughed at my dusty reflection in the back glass. Then the engine rumbled to life. The front loader hissed up. The brush cutter on the back rattled like a tin drum. Moving the feed went quickly. I lifted each bag with the loader, drove 20 yards, then hopped off, shouldered the sack, and stacked it behind the feed room door. Sweat soaked my collar, but the rhythm felt good. At 9:30 I shifted to the fertilizer pallet. By 10 I was rolling toward the hill, dust swirling behind me in the July heat. The hill began gentle, almost teasing, then rose sharply to a crest thick with crown vetch and blackberry canes. On both sides hardwoods formed a horseshoe, oaks, hickories, a lone walnut that dropped green bombs each August. Deer browsed here at dusk, turkeys scratched for beetles in April, coyotes howled from the far timber on windless nights. All my life that hill had seemed tame, wild yes, but harmless. I lined up for my first stripe. The tractor climbed, cutter chewing knee-high grass and leaving a swath so neat you could park a pickup on it. At the top, I pivoted, aimed downhill, and let the machine drift back toward the creekside fence. After 3 or 4 passes I lost myself in the hypnotic loop: tilt up, swing around, tilt down, Hum your favorite summer tune, repeat. Somewhere near the 20th minute, I reached the western edge where the shade stayed damp even in drought. Immediately the tractor bogged, thick grass, small rut, so I raised the deck an inch to keep the blades clean. That was when something exploded from the tree line. I caught only a blur, gray, then darker, then gone into opposite woods. My first thought, coyote. We saw them sometimes trotting the creek bank, lean ribs flashing between nettles. I felt no fear, only annoyance that it might bother Mom's tulips or scatter the goats. I eased off the throttle, grabbed my phone from the toolbox taped to the fender, and texted Dad, spotted a coyote on the hill. Keep an eye out near the barn. Then I shoved the worry aside and went back to mowing. Another 15 stripes melted under the cutter. Cicadas droned. 2 turkey vultures circled so high they were black flecks against bluer than blue. I forgot the coyote. But nature has a way of reminding you you're smaller than you think. At the midpoint of a fresh uphill run, the brush cutter hit tangled grass and I slowed. Without warning, a shape leapt from the right-hand woods. It slammed onto the tractor's hitch like a sack of wet sand. The jolt shook the seat. Startled, I mashed the clutch and brake simultaneously and turned my head. There, crouched on the hitch plate, was a creature I have failed 1,000 times to describe accurately. Try to picture a coyote's outline stretched too tall, stuffed into a bag of wiry muscles, and then mangled as though someone had broken bones just to reset them wrong. Its fur, or what fur remained, clung in ragged strips, exposing blackened skin. And the smell, rotten meat stirred with sewer gas, laced with a skunk's final blast. I remember 3 details with photographic clarity. First, its hands. Not paws, hands, each finger tipped with a claw as long as a pocket knife blade. Second, its teeth. The mouth gaped wider than any dog's, and everywhere you looked another tooth jutted. Some pointed forward, some sideways, one broken off and wobbling as it breathed. And third, its eyes. They shone yellow even under a noon sun. And within that yellow glowed intelligence, like it weighed options, planned steps. Instinct screamed. I grabbed the steering wheel, slammed it right, stomped the throttle. The tractor jerked. The creature lunged for the open back window. I yanked myself flat against the seat's backrest. Gray claws swiped inches from my jeans. Reflex took over, left-right left swerve. The tractor bucked, the beast slid, tail whipping. In desperate panic I shoved the loader control. The bucket dropped, caught dirt, and the entire tractor lurched like a bronco. Momentum threw the creature sideways. As its body peeled off the hitch, I jammed the joystick forward. The front loader, rising as I pulled the lever back seconds earlier, now punched the creature mid-rib. A fleshy crack split the air. It tumbled, slow motion, across mowed strips, landed in uncut switchgrass, and vanished from sight. I kept driving. 20 yards? 30. Heart punching my ribs. Brain replaying that last image, the creature's expression not of pain but puzzlement, as if to say, that's a new move. At the bottom of the hill I killed power. Silence pressed so suddenly my ears rang. I stared at my shaking hands, then forced the throttle back up. Work, I told myself. Finish mowing. The order felt absurd, but routine can numb terror. So I did. 3 more passes. 4. Each time I climbed the slope I scanned tree lines for gray fur. Nothing. On the final pass, I cut so close to brambles the walnut branches scraped paint from the canopy. Done, I told the hill. Done. The tractor idled by the barn. Diesel knocked steady as a heartbeat while I scribbled in Dad's maintenance log. Hill, July 17th, grass 6-12, cutter fine. Under that I added 2 words, coyote? Weird. Evening chores waited. First the feed for chickens. I scooped mash into troughs, counted birds, 1, 2, 3. Wait. The birds did not come running. I peered across the yard. No chickens. I hurried to the coop door. Inside I found bodies. Not 1 or 2, but every hen. Torn, split, strewn like the rags my sister used for cleaning her paintbrushes. No heads. Some wings missing entirely. flies already blackened wounds. I gagged, stumbled outside, and vomited yellow bile in the dust. Then a sound. Squish. Rip. Behind me, on the backside of the coop, the creature crouched. One claw held a hen, the other flayed feather from flesh. It chewed, spit, refused to swallow, repeating as if bored. When it noticed me, the yellow eyes narrowed. No roar, no lunge. Just a gaze so cold it chilled July air. The message was plain: I can hurt what you love. I wanted to run, but the hill rose between me and safety, and I knew it owned that hill. We stared. Seconds? Minutes? Hard to say. Finally it dropped the carcass, stepped over the fence as a man steps over a curb, and slinked toward the walnut line. Before shadows swallowed it, the creature looked back once. Barn cat padded behind me then, meowing oblivious, and I jolted like I'd touched a live fence. When I looked up, the thing was gone. Dad found me kneeling among feathers. He yelled my name 3 times before I heard. I told him everything: mowing, the hill, the hitch, the loader, the massacre. While I spoke he knelt, lifted a decapitated hen, swore under his breath. Dad served in Iraq. He once pulled men from a blown Humvee. I had never seen him pale until that night. We buried the hens behind the barn as dusk settled purple over soybeans. Coyotes sometimes yipped at twilight, but not that night. The whole valley fell still, as if every tree and cricket waited. Dad and I sat on the front porch, boots muddy, minds racing. He asked again for details. Shape? Gait? Smell? I answered until words failed. At 9:30, a scream shattered quiet. It rose from the hill, climbed octave after octave until glass and porch windows buzzed. Not canine, not feline, not human. Something primeval, wrong. Dad's eyes widened. My heart flatlined. Then silence. Whole miles of Kentucky cropland hushed. We locked doors, loaded shotguns. Mom yet again asked what was wrong. Dad waved her inside. My 8-year-old brother peeked from hall. I told him it was fireworks, go to bed. He backed away, confused. Sleep found none of us. Every squeak of floorboard, every gutter drip, sent adrenaline flooding. I lay on the couch, shotgun across knees, wondering if sunrise could come fast enough. When it did, we turned fences. Dew sparkled on grass. Nothing unusual, except hoofprints wrong in shape, long in stride. Dad photographed them next to his size 12 boot. Each print longer than his foot. Claws left tiny craters ahead of impressions, like little knives tested soil. He emailed photos to a wildlife officer. The reply days later: guess feral hog, though hog prints looked nothing like what we'd seen. We kept it quiet to avoid rumors. But Mom quit free-ranging replacement pullets. The goats started sleeping inside their shelter with plywood barred over doors at night. And when Mr. Gillis arrived to bale hay, Dad mowed the big hill himself, Henry rifle slung on the fender bracket. August passed, then September. No more screams. No more prints. Peace returned, but altered, fragile as a cracked egg holding shape only because no one touched it. Sometimes at night wind rattled window screens and I'd picture yellow eyes returning. Each autumn bonfire, when embers popped, I'd remember claws on tractor steel. 5 years have gone. I live 2 counties east, finishing college, but most weekends I visit. The hill still stands, though Dad leases bottom ground to a neighbor now. He claims cutting back the brush improved hay yield, but I suspect he welcomes another tractor between him and Walnut Shadow. I've reread folklore: Cherokee skinwalkers, Shawnee moon-eyed people, European werewolves slipped through immigrant tales. None fit exactly. Some nights I blame heatstroke and imagination. Other nights I know memory is clear as dawn. I hear engine knock, feel loader lever, smell rot. A few months ago Mom mailed a care package: cookies, socks, letters. At bottom lay a small, rusted bolt she found in the hayfield. She thought it belonged to tractor's hitch. Look familiar? Her note read. Found near Old Hay Lane. I stared 10 minutes. The metal's curved shape matched where creature's foot, or hand, had dented steel. I keep that bolt on my desk, paperweight and reminder. If you ever drive Kentucky backroads and pass a lone hill bordered by walnut and oak, you might admire green slopes and think how simple farm life looks. It is simple, and it's honest. But beneath the grass, beneath July sunlight, underground itself, older rules breathe. They wake sometimes, stretch ragged limbs, prowl. Most days they let us pass. One day they may not. I still love tractors, sun-baked earth, cicada lullabies. I love the smell of diesel and soil after rain. Yet I carry a truth unspoken at family barbecues. Everything we build, field, barn, house, sits atop a world untamed. Respect it. Do not assume you are alone on a hillside, even at noon. And if ever a gray blur leaps from shadow, remember that routine might save you, or courage, or dumb luck. Whatever keeps you breathing as night hot wires its scream across soybean flats, hold tight to it. Because once you see yellow eyes weigh you, you'll understand. You are small, the woods are vast, and somewhere past the walnut line waits a creature who never forgets. I was 16 in the autumn of 2013, caught in that odd place where you are half child and half adult, still living on homework and video games yet already worrying about insurance on a pickup truck you do not even own. My favorite place in the world back then was my grandfather's cattle farm, 40 or so minutes northeast of Jonesboro, Arkansas. It sat at the edge of a two-lane highway that everyone called County Road 11 even though the newer maps labeled it differently. Grandpa's mailbox leant sideways at the corner, dented by fender benders, and a rust-flecked cattle guard rattled whenever a truck rolled onto the gravel drive. From the road the property looked peaceful, just open pasture, a clapboard farmhouse painted the same white since the 1950s, and behind everything, a patchwork wall of hardwoods that flamed orange each November. Nothing about that view warned anybody about the thing we met out there, the thing that ruined opening weekend for good. Grandpa kept between 70 and 100 head of black Angus most years, buying calves in spring, grazing them through summer, and shipping them to auction once they reached weight. The cows spent most of their time in the broad middle pasture, but a creek split the land almost straight down the center, so there were low footbridges, homemade gates, and sections of barbed wire stretched across at odd angles you had to mind while checking fence. Dense woods hugged both banks of the creek the way stray dogs will hug a porch, always near but never quite tame. If Grandpa needed firewood, he took a chainsaw into those woods. If we boys wanted squirrels, we took a .22. But we always went in daylight. At night people stayed out. It just felt better that way, and in farm country you learn to trust feelings sooner than forecasts. The first weekend of November was wholly on that farm because it marked the opener of Arkansas's modern gun deer season. Every year my best friend Jackson and I begged rides, skipped school football parties, and claimed the sagging sectional sofa in Grandpa's living room so we could be there before daylight Saturday. Jackson was almost family. He'd spent so many nights under that roof that Grandma used to tease him about paying rent. Even after she passed away, he kept coming back, kept calling Grandpa, "Sir," and kept eating cornbread until my aunt scolded him. It felt right having him there. We had hunted squirrels since we could carry shotguns safely, but opening morning of deer was different. We talked about big bucks the way other juniors talked about prom dates. The night before the season, the two of us sat cross-legged on the living room carpet with the old metal coffee table pulled close, cleaning rifles and balancing boxes of Remington corelocks like sacred tools. A single lamp glowed in the corner. Grandpa sipped instant coffee in his recliner, pretending to watch the farm channel, while really keeping an eye on our trigger discipline. He was a wiry man who wore the same tan coveralls 50 weeks of the year. His hands were nicked by barbed wire and stained by hydraulic fluid, and his eyes could go from soft gray to flint in a blink. He spoke more with eyebrows than with words, and he did not frighten easily. I had watched him walk into a storm to check on a cow giving birth, watched him kill a cottonmouth with one swing of a shovel, watched him carry Grandma's casket without a tremor. I thought nothing in Arkansas could rattle him, yet I remember how the events of that weekend hollowed his cheeks and left him staring through people instead of at them. Jackson and I stayed up until almost 2 in the morning, passing a cracked iPhone back and forth playing Flappy Bird, insisting we were too fired up to sleep. Eventually the gurgle of Grandpa's 12-cup coffee maker drifted from the kitchen, and we realized the alarm had never rung. It was 4:30 a.m. We rolled off the sectional in one tangled pile of camo, grabbed our rifles, pulled on orange vests, and slipped out the back door. The air was the kind that cuts your breath in half, just above freezing, windless, still smelling faintly of hickory smoke from Grandpa's stove. Our tree stand sat about a mile and a half from the house, past the barn, around the hay shed, across a shallow bend in the creek, and up a gentle rise. Plenty of time to shake off sleep and get the giggles out. We crossed the gate, boots crunching frost, each of us wearing a dollar store headlamp Grandpa had tucked into our stockings the previous Christmas. The beams were narrow and blue-white, barely strong enough to keep your toes out of a cow pat. Above us the sky was velvet, no moon, just a handful of winter stars and the faint orange glow of Memphis 100 miles east. Cows snorted softly as we passed. One calf bawled at being nudged from sleep. The sound echoed off the metal roof of the loafing shed like a bucket dropped in a well. Jackson muttered something about warm chili waiting on the stove when we got back, and I told him he could have my bowl if I got a buck. A quarter-mile from the stand we both killed our headlamps, habit more than necessity, and walked by memory. The stand itself crouched at the edge of a finger of woods that jutted into open pasture. To the north and east lay the creek. To the south and west, grass rolled away until it met another fence line. Deer used the creek bank as a highway, slipping up the cut to feed in the pasture at dawn and dusk. We had watched them do it a dozen times from that same stand. Climbing into the box stand took no time. We stashed our packs, racked rounds, chambered none. It was 5:45. Legal shooting light would not come until nearly 6:30. The stand smelled of damp plywood, mouse droppings, and gun oil. Jackson leaned against the back wall and fired up Flappy Bird again. I did the same, though I kept tilting my phone screen downward, worried the glare would spook nothing but myself. 10 minutes dragged. 20. We killed the screens, letting our pupils widen. At last shapes emerged from the darkness. The silver creek, the dark strokes of timber, the outlines of distant hay bales. Somewhere a barred owl asked who cooks for you. Everything felt normal, almost scripted, until leaves crackled exactly where the deer usually appeared. Jackson's whisper tickled my ear. They're moving early. We froze, rifles angled across window ledges. The rustling persisted, steady as a big doe nosing acorns. But something felt wrong. The pacing was slow, measured, and deliberate. Deer tend to step, pause, noses checking wind. This sound was a slow creep, scrape, slide, scrape, slide. My hackles lifted. Then I saw movement near the sycamore that marked the edge of the creek. It looked like a shoulder, dark against darker woods, too broad for a whitetail, too fluid for a hog rummaging. I counted heartbeats, waiting for the silhouette to resolve. It did not. Instead, a low growl rippled through the stillness. Not the yip of a coyote, not the cough of a bobcat. It was closer to a timber wolf's rumble, yet pitched strangely low, like a diesel idling on a cold morning. My pulse hammered. Jackson leaned closer. That ain't no deer, man, he hissed. I tried to muster logic. Maybe a stray dog, a big one. Maybe sick, which explained the growl. Our local shelter sometimes put down animals and hauled carcasses to the landfill. Could be a dog escaped turned feral. I whispered that theory. Jackson nodded but did not lower his rifle. The shape kept inching forward, hugging the tree lean, as though gauging wind the way we had. In the gloom its head seemed oddly angular. Before either of us could blink, Jackson's phone slipped off the stand's ledge and clattered onto the plywood floor. The metallic slap shattered silence. Instantly the animal rose on its hind legs. For 3 eternal seconds we saw it, and everything we thought we understood about predators snapped like rotted fence boards. Standing upright, it topped the rusted woven wire fence by a foot or more, so I guess 7 feet without the benefit of sunlight. Its shoulders were canted forward like a linebacker's, yet the arms hung low, ending in flexing hands, yes, hands, with long fingers. Its head, framed by pointed ears, resembled a German shepherd's but longer in the muzzle, heavier in the brow. In the hazy dawn we could still see the eyes, reflective, gold, and aware. The chest under patchy fur looked narrow but corded with muscle, the ribs flaring under hide as it breathed. A quick snarl exposed fangs that belonged on a movie poster, not real life. The creature froze, assessing us. Then it dropped to all fours and vanished into brush with painful speed. Limbs moved like pistons, hardly a sound, as though weight meant nothing. My mind wheeled. That thing could clear the 20 yards to our ladder if it chose. Jackson sucked air like a drowning man. I heard myself say, "Let's get out, we're leaving now." We exploded from the stand, half sliding down the ladder, almost forgetting rifles until instinct reminded us not to drop them. Boots pounded frost-hard ground. We sprinted the fence line, zigzagged through cattle, leapt muddy ruts, never daring to look behind. Breath scalded lungs. I thought of Grandpa's stoop, his porch light that burned all night, his coffee cup, safety. It felt miles away. We hurdled the cattle guard and skidded onto the driveway gravel. Grandpa sat in his recliner, coffee steaming, farm channel droning. He smiled until he saw our faces. "Back early," he drawled. "Give up already?" We fired words like shot pellets, overlapping, descriptions tumbling. Grandpa's eyebrows climbed, but when we mentioned the thing standing in the growl, the laughter dulled. He listened, mug cooling in his hands. Finally he cleared his throat. "You boys got a powerful imagination. I played in those same woods when they were just saplings, and the scariest thing I saw was your Uncle Jimmy's haircut." We managed a nervous chuckle. Grandpa's way of teasing felt solid, like turning on a porch light to reveal the shape in the corner is only a coat rack. We wanted to believe him. While we sipped cocoa to settle nerves, the old rotary phone on the kitchen wall jangled. Grandpa answered. His smile fell off like ice from eaves. "Hum," he said 3 times, voice flat. He hung up, no joking now. Without a word he strode to the hallway, lifted an SKS rifle from hooks beneath Grandma's portrait, and jammed a strip clip into the breech. "You two stay put," he ordered and was gone, pickup engine roaring. Jackson and I sat in stiff silence at the table. 12 minutes felt like hours before Grandpa's headlights swept the driveway again. Dad climbed out of the passenger seat. His face, wind-burned and stoic on normal mornings, looked gray. They stepped inside, left mud on linoleum. Dad's jaw flexed. "You're done hunting for now," he said, voice raw. "Call Jackson's mom. I want him home." I demanded to know why. Grandpa ran a hand over thinning hair. "Barn doors wide open," he muttered. 12 calves inside. Ripped up bad. Few missing." He would say no more. Sheriff's deputies arrived just past noon. Red-blue flashers strobed against hay bales. Jackson's mother pulled up at the same time and hustled him into her SUV. I watched from the porch while deputies photographed tracks, though I never saw plaster casts or notes. One deputy gagged into the weeds. Grandpa blocked my path to the barn. "Not for your eyes," he said. Dad and Grandpa burned carcasses in a back field that evening. The pyre stank of fat and diesel. Smoke drifted over the pasture, and I thought of the creature inhaling the scent, licking bloody chops. I did not sleep. Somewhere after midnight coyotes began yipping, then went silent all at once. The silence was worse than their calls. Sunday morning a neighbor from half a mile down knocked on the screen door, hat in hand. His cows, 3 heifers, lay dead, throats gone. He wanted to join forces, track whatever was doing this. Fish and game officers came, walked grids, measured prints, muttered about wandering bears even though no one had seen a bear in these parts in living memory. They packed up long guns none of us recognized and promised to handle it. I watched them drive away, dust curling behind tire treads, uniforms vanishing like mirages. After that weekend Grandpa kept silent. Whenever I raised the subject, he fiddled with his coffee spoon and changed topics. Dad spent 2 afternoons welding heavier latches on the barn doors, then strung floodlights on poles aimed at the creek line. I asked if that meant we could hunt again. Dad shook his head. Critters come and critters go, he said. Sometimes best thing is give 'em space. So my rifles stayed oiled in the cabinet. Years have slid past. Jackson joined the Marines, saw things in deserts that made nightmares of their own, yet when we speak he admits the one memory that still wakes him is the thing in Grandpa's pasture standing too tall, too wrong. I left Arkansas for a job in Little Rock, but most Novembers I feel a phantom weight in my lap. A bolt-action rifle, cold wood stock, early morning hope. Then I remember golden eyes and calves scattered like stuffed toys. I remember Grandpa's shoulders bent not by age but by something he could not fight. Local rumor fills gaps. Folks whisper of upright wolves roaming Crowley's Ridge, of government hunters whose SUVs bear no plates, of cattle drained blood dry. Hunters blame coyotes and move on. Ranchers butcher their own and move on. Life keeps rolling like the flat river south of town. Yet sometimes, deep in February when the nights are longest, someone calls the sheriff about a shape beside the highway, taller than a man, crossing in 2 leaps, leaving only a reek of wet dog and copper. Deputies drive out, find nothing, file the report, and drink bad coffee until dawn. Last December I spent Christmas Eve at Grandpa's. The farmhouse felt smaller, creakier. Grandpa sat by the wood stove, dozing as flames flickered on face lines deeper now. I eased onto the sofa, listened to wind rattle cedar siding. Around midnight I stepped outside. Frost silvered the pasture. The floodlights Dad had strung years ago still glowed pale yellow, but beyond their spill the tree lean was a wall of ink. I heard no growls, saw no hunched shadows. Only the distant lowing of winter cattle and far off, the whistle of a train crossing the Mississippi. I tell myself the creature moved on. Predators follow food, and we learned to lock ours behind steel. Maybe it headed north to denser woods, maybe south to the Ouachitas, maybe slipped out of this world's pages entirely. All I know is that something stood on 2 legs at the edge of Grandpa's creek that Saturday morning, something with the head of a wolf, hands of a man, and hunger wide enough to swallow reason. I saw it, Jackson saw it, and it left 12 slaughtered calves behind. Believe the fish and game explanation if it helps you sleep. But if you ever find yourself walking before dawn on an Arkansas cattle farm, and the air feels suddenly cold though the wind is still, and the cows cluster tight as if they fear shadows, listen. If you hear a low rumble that shivers your ribs, do not look for deer, do not reach for your phone, and do not drop your headlamp. Turn around once, just once, then get back inside and bolt the barn doors. Some mysteries are best left to the timber and the creek, to the crackle of leaves no one dares investigate, and to the memory of a stoic old rancher who, for the first and only time, let fear crease his voice. I still remember the summer of 2022 as if those nights were branded onto my mind with a hot iron. It was the last break before most of us finished our degrees or started full-time jobs. We felt the usual pull toward the place we had loved since middle school, 2 small log cabins we had raised in a patch of deep forest only a few miles from our town. Back then, those cabins were our castles. We hauled every trunk of pine on our shoulders, hammered each notch by flashlight, and spent whole Saturdays laughing about who would own the top floor, bedrooms. Years passed. School caught up with us, schedules clashed, and finally the pandemic kept everyone indoors. By 2022 the cabins had gone 3 winters without our care. One evening in late July, a group chat lit up with nostalgia. Cole wrote, "What if we go back for 2 nights? Campfire, beers, 0 Wi-Fi." No one hesitated. Within an hour every one of us, Cole, Jackson, Hudson, Maddie, me, my name is Drew, and Aaron, had tapped out a thumbs up, plus Hayden, who was a classmate of Cole's and tagged along for the adventure. We met on a Friday afternoon under a sky the color of bleached denim. Our convoy parked at the old forestry gate where the gravel lane ended and the real forest began. Each of us lugged a rucksack crammed with college kid rations, ramen bricks, granola bars, peanut butter crackers, and 4 heavy coolers that clanked whenever Hudson hit a bump with the wagon he was pulling. The forest itself felt the same as ever at the edge, maples stretching overhead, oak leaves fluttering silver side up in a lazy wind, a fence of blackberry bramble on both sides of the path. Somewhere deeper a woodpecker hammered, and cicadas had started their August whine a few weeks early. It should have been the kind of afternoon that makes you inhale pine resin and grin. Yet before the first mile marker on the trail, something nudged that happiness aside. The air carried a stench none of us recognized at first, thick, rotted, like meat left in a trash can at noon. We tried to pin it on a dead squirrel or a pile of stagnant water, but the odor only sharpened. Flies materialized in clusters, swirling around our sweaty ears, then disappeared again. Jackson cracked a joke about Cole's deodorant failing in record time. We forced a laugh and pushed onward. Underfoot the path narrowed, and every step sounded too loud, so we started speaking less. It felt as if someone had turned the forest's volume knob down. When the cabins finally emerged between tree trunks, they looked surprisingly solid, brown walls still notched tight, the roof lines only slightly bowed under moss and lichen. Vines had clawed up the corners, spiderwebs draped the porch beams, and the carved sign, Cabin A, for Adventure, hung sideways on one rusty nail. I remember Matty sighing with relief. No one admitted we had half expected vandals or lightning to have erased our hideout. Seeing the logs still upright felt like reclaiming a piece of childhood. That relief shattered before we even dropped our backpacks. The smell hit its peak behind Cabin B. Matty was the first to round the corner, maybe because she was searching for flat ground to pitch a tent. A second later her gasp cut through the silence so violently it made my teeth buzz. We sprinted to her side and found the source. A mule deer lay on its side, or rather what remained of it. The rib cage looked chewed open, each bone scraped clean as ivory. Both front legs had been torn free, but not discarded. Each had been jammed into the deer's own throat as if someone wanted to choke the carcass with itself. The eyes were gone, leaving sockets that crawled with beetles. Fresh blood still clotted in the dirt. It was the smell of the marrow and guts baking in the sun that had drifted half a mile to the trail. No one spoke for a full minute. I remember blinking hard, trying to obey logic. Coyotes sometimes tear a deer apart, sure, but they do not rearrange limbs like ritual offerings. Jackson finally muttered, "Bear?" His voice cracked on the single word. Hudson shook his head slowly. He hunts every fall with an uncle and has pictures of legitimate black bear kills. Bear's ragdoll stuff, but this? Looks posed, he whispered. Cole swallowed twice and suggested we drag it away from camp. Flies were already clouding around our food coolers. We argued briefly about using shirts as makeshift gloves. Hayden opened a cooler, pulled 3 trash bags, and we each double-layered one hand. It took all 6 of us to drag the carcass onto an old tarp and then march half a mile down to the lake, gagging every few steps. My boots slipped twice on liver mush. When we shoved the body into the reeds we expected a splash, but it sank so slow the quiet felt obscene. None of us spoke on the return walk. We just let the bagged hands dangle like trophies until we buried them in a shallow hole and washed in the creek above the lake's inlet. By the time we rinsed off the stink, the sky had turned pink behind tree trunks. A breeze kicked up, and the smell dissipated, replaced by the friendly odor of damp soil and chopped firewood. The switch in atmosphere happened so fast it felt like someone flipped a set piece on a stage. Sunlight gilded the cabin walls. We convinced ourselves again, maybe that mess was some twisted hunter's prank or a freak coyote pack. The forest looked ordinary now, the way a city alley looks harmless at noon even if you know trouble prowls there at midnight. Cole, always king of denial, unpacked a portable grill and soon had bacon fat sizzling. Hudson hauled split logs into a fire ring from seasons past. Sparks danced upward. Beers hissed open. The first swallow of something cold on a warm night can sand off a lot of fear. By the time the burgers finished, we reclaimed the feeling we had driven out for, a circle of friends, with smoke, and stories louder than the crickets. Night settled thoroughly. Our small lamps painted shifting halos among the roots. Fire snapped and popped, launching embers toward a sky that brimmed with impossible stars. Cole raised his bottle and offered the scariest camp legend he could muster. one he'd cribbed from an online series. He talked about a wendigo, a hollow-bellied creature born from starvation and winter madness, rumored to lure people by mimicking a loved one's voice. According to the lore, it smelled like decay, its body stretched and skeletal, never full because it had tasted human flesh once and could never feel sated again. Maddie rolled her eyes. I teased Cole about repeating creepypasta. Aaron poked the fire so sparks hissed. We each took turns throwing in ghost tales, urban myths we heard on podcasts, or that classic about the hitchhiker who taps on fogged windows. We roasted marshmallows so long they blackened, then chewed bittersweet char. Eventually conversation sagged into yawns. 2 beers turned into 5 apiece. Someone produced a cheap plastic bottle of cinnamon whiskey, and it made one merry lap. Around 1 a.m., we scattered to sleeping spots. Cabin A had a loft on the 2nd level. Cole and Hudson climbed up there. Maddie and I unrolled our bags on the 1st floor benches. Cabin B, 20 yards away, had its own bunks. Hayden chose the upper, Jackson the lower. And Erin strung her hammock between 2 rafters. Before we snuffed lanterns, Jackson joked that if anyone heard their name whispered, they should respond. New phone, who dis? We groaned and tossed shirts at him. Sometime after 3, I jolted awake. The fire outside had died to coals, but an ember glow still leaked through a missing chink in the cabin wall. I couldn't figure out why I woke until I heard rustling leaves past the porch. Probably a raccoon. I adjusted my bag's zipper, rolled over, and dozed. A harsh whisper of my name yanked me back. Drew. It floated through the gap in the logs, soft, unfamiliar, sexless. I half sat, heart sprinting. Maddie murmured in her bag. The whisper came again, longer. Drew. It sounded wrong, the way a parrot speaking English sounds wrong, each syllable shaped but empty of life. My skin chilled. I held breath. Feet crunched leaves a few yards away. A figure passed through the ember light, too thin for Jackson, too tall for Maddie. I thought maybe Hayden sneaking out to pee. Then footsteps retired into trees. The night air swallowed them. At dawn, phones buzzed us awake at 4 a.m. to begin the tradition of hiking the perimeter trail in darkness, a rite that always felt daring and hilarious. Our heads still fogged by booze and lack of sleep, we downed instant coffee, strapped on headlamps, and filed onto the old path. The moon hovered low over the treetops, fat and white, bright enough that we clicked off our lights for fun. Bare branches etched black lace against its disk. 10 minutes in, Jackson tugged Hudson's sleeve and said he needed to step off trail for a bio break. Hudson offered to stand guard, but Jackson waved him off. We heard him crashing through undergrowth, muttering about thorns. 10 more minutes, then 20. We joked he'd fallen asleep mid-squat. Finally Hudson backtracked, calling, Yo, J-Man, hurry up or we'll leave you with the raccoons. No reply. Another 5 minutes. I was about to follow Hudson when we heard branches part, and saw Jackson stride out onto the trail 20 yards ahead of us. He raised a hand casually, as if signaling touchdown. In the half-light something looked off about him. Jackson usually wore a snug hoodie that showed his slight beer gut, a feature he teased about proudly. But now his torso looked concave, almost sunken. I blamed angles or maybe a new black t-shirt that slimmed him. He closed distance silently, no crunch, no labored breath. Aaron gave him a playful shove. Longest pee of my life. He said nothing. He just stared forward, mouth parted, expression slack. A glimmer of drool hung at one corner. Maddie wrinkled her nose. Dude, you okay? Still silence. Cole asked if his AirPods were blasting metal again. Jackson's lips twitched upward, baring too many teeth. The smile never caught his eyes. Cold rushed down my spine. My phone vibrated in pocket, flashing Jackson's name. I blinked at the screen. Had to be a glitch. He was standing right here. I answered. Hayden's voice, breathy, urgent, poured through. Hey man, I'm still looking for you guys. I think I took a wrong turn. Where are you? My vision pinwheeled. I flicked eyes to the figure in front of us. Jackson, how are you calling me if you're here? I asked slowly, grip tightening on the phone. Hayden's reply cracked. What? I'm not there. I can't even see the trail markers. My battery's dying. Please yell so I can follow. My throat locked. I pivoted the phone so every friend could hear the live voice. The thing wearing Jackson's face tilted its head unnaturally far left, vertebrae snapping like popcorn. Its grin split wider until lips tore. Then it issued a guttural roar that felt colder than the air itself, a sound like ice scraping steel, layered with a chorus of distant screams. Panic detonated. Cole yelled, "Run!" Maddie bolted downslope, ankle twisting, fist muffling a sob. Hudson turned back the way we'd come, leaping deadfall. Aaron sprinted opposite through saplings. I lurched after Maddie but smacked into a branch that slapped my cheek raw. Behind us the thing dropped to all fours, claws striking rock, and charged after Aaron. She screamed. The sound echoed, cut off too soon. My gut flipped. I crashed into brush, blindly slugging at vines, until a clearing opened and moonlight poured silver over ferns. Across the open space I saw Aaron running, eyes wide. On her heels the creature galloped, arms longer than its legs now, elbows jutting above shoulders, movements jerky like old film. I meant to shout to distract it. Instead my body betrayed me. I whirled and fled the other way, ears filling with my pulse. Branches whipped wrists, roots snagged shoes. I kept sprinting until I recognized the cabin porch ahead. I barreled inside cabin A, slammed the door, dropped the wooden latch, and sagged against the frame. My lungs felt peeled. Leather boots thudded. Maddie burst through moments later, sobbing. We locked the door. A spare canteen sat on the floor. Both of us gulped until water ran down our necks. My phone, still in hand, buzzed again, Cole's face on screen. I swiped. He was panting, video engaged by accident so the dark, blurry forest swung behind his chin. Drew, you there? I think it's after Hudson now. I heard them both crashing through cedar. Are you safe? I answered. Cabin A, Maddie's here. I saw it chase Aaron. His jaw clenched. Hayden says he's hiding. Something cut him but he lost it for now. We need to regroup. I told Cole to reach Jackson, forgetting Jackson was still missing, not the mimic but the real friend. Cole's eyes filled when he reminded me. Over the next quarter hour, 3 more calls stitched together fragments of terror. Hudson eventually stumbled inside the cabin with a dented headlamp and a slice across one calf, shallow but bleeding. Cole arrived minutes later, wild-eyed. We barricaded windows with overturned benches. Hayden messaged the group chat with shaky thumbs. I think I am okay. Arm hurt. Don't hear it now. He dropped a pin. It showed him maybe 300 yards south. Cole insisted we had to guide him. We agreed to stay connected by video call while he ran. The 3 of us watched through Cole's rear camera as he dashed into the trees, whispering updates, passing the mossy stump, crossing the dry creek, 20 yards from Hayden's dot. In the feed we faintly heard Hayden calling help. Then the camera jolted, spun skyward, and tumbled. We saw foliage, heard ripping fabric, a wet crunch. Cole's own scream shredded my ears through the speaker. Then static. The call died. Hudson sank to his knees. Maddie sobbed. I tried the police but the bars blinked 0. I tried Aaron's number. No service. We sat in the dark with only a candle stub. Hours bled. Around 5 a.m. the latch shuddered. Hayden staggered in, pale as frost, sleeves soaked scarlet. The cut ran from wrist to elbow, edges ragged as if clawed, not sliced. He could barely mumble before passing out. We wrapped the arm with a camping towel and duct tape, praying infection waited its turn. Dawn eventually smeared gray across the cabin floor. The forest outside looked harmless again, sunbeams, dew, chattering wrens. But Aaron and Jackson were still missing. Cole had not returned. Hayden's fever climbed. Reality clicked. We were children playing survival, and we were losing. Hudson and I made the call. Packing what little we could, we formed a stretcher from split boards and rope, loaded Hayden, and half dragged, half carried him down the overgrown trail. No jokes, no songs, just the scrape of boots and Hayden's soft delirious moans. We reached the forestry gate near noon. Mobile signal returned in a rush of dings. We dialed 911. An ambulance arrived from town. Forest Service trucks, deputies, and a volunteer search and rescue crew followed. We spilled the story in trembling bursts. Officers asked about drugs, mental illness, weapons, anything but monsters. We repeated that something had pretended to be our friend, something ran on 2 legs and 4, something screamed like metal. They exchanged looks behind sunglasses. Searchers pushed into the woods with dogs, drones, and rifles. Helicopters circled. They found the clearing where I'd witnessed the chase. They found blood pooled on flattened ferns, prints that looked human but dragged toes far longer than any boot. They found shreds of fabric matching Aaron's fleece, and a phone case, cracked. They found nothing of Jackson or Cole. For 2 days the search widened until it brushed old logging roads. The smell of the deer corpse lingered in my memory, mirrored by something rank the K-9 handlers mentioned deep near the lake. Another carcass, they thought, though no carcass surfaced. Weeks later detectives called families to confirm the worst. Evidence pointed to animal predation, likely a rogue bear or mountain lion. Never mind either species ranged here. Death certificates listed. Lost in wilderness. No funeral could be held without bodies. Aaron's parents placed a stone in the town cemetery anyway. Cole's mother moved away from state lines. Jackson's sister keeps his guitar on display at her cafe, silent and dust-free under glass. Hudson's leg healed. Hayden's arm carries lumpy scars where antibiotics fought infection. Maddie refuses to hike even crowded state park trails. I transferred to an online program, unable to sit through lectures where classmates discussed weekend camping trips. Sometimes, on drives past the county forest, my car radio turns to static and a faint voice blurs through the hiss. It almost forms my name before fading. I keep my eyes on the asphalt, foot heavy on the accelerator. We made a pact in a group chat that now sits dormant. No returns, no memorial treks, no midnight dares. Forests have rules older than trail maps. Something out there mimicked a voice, wore a friend's face like a carnival mask, and tore a deer into a grotesque warning. I trust the lesson. As long as I honor that border of trees, maybe the thing will honor it too. But sometimes at night, if a branch taps my apartment window, I jolt upright, half sure the glass will show a grin too wide for human jaws, a shape too thin for real bones, whispering my name in a voice I love. I was born in New York State, and except for a few short trips out of state I have never really left it. All my memories of childhood, good and bad, happened under its wide gray skies and between its green rolling hills. Even now, with my 31st birthday almost here, I can close my eyes and see every back road, every patch of second-growth forest and fieldstone wall. Almost all the people who shaped me, for better or worse, still live within a 3-hour drive of the farmhouse where I spent my first years. Some of those people I loved so fiercely it hurt. Others I tried to avoid whenever I could because being near them felt like standing too close to a fire. When I turned 20 I did not yet understand that I could carry both kinds of memories in the same heart. What I knew, back then, was that I wanted to get out from under my mother's roof, and that the only place that had ever felt safe was my grandparents' house. My mother and my stepfather fought almost every night. Sometimes it was shouting that went on until 2 in the morning, sometimes it was that strange tight silence you can taste in the hallway when you leave your room to get a glass of water. I tried, for a while, to stay neutral, to tell myself it was none of my business and that I could finish community college, get a job, find an apartment, and put distance between us. But it wore me down. My younger sister and I were never close, mostly because our mother treated us like rivals, 1 minute praising one of us for getting an A on a quiz, the next minute sneering at the other for the way she combed her hair. By the winter I turned 19 I spent most weekends sleeping on friends' couches, telling everyone I was crashing, for fun even though we all knew why. My grandparents lived 2 towns over in a low white farmhouse surrounded by maple trees that turned copper and scarlet in autumn. My grandmother had arthritis in her hips and moved with a stiff, careful grace, but her mind jumped from idea to idea like a sparrow. My grandfather was tall, trim, and quiet. He never wasted a syllable or an ounce of strength. Stories about him ran through the family like folklore, how he held 3 full-time jobs in the early 1970s. Milkman at dawn, construction foreman by day, janitor on the night shift, until he had earned enough overtime to put a down payment on the farm. How he came back from Vietnam with medals he kept in a cigar box and never showed anyone. How he whispered a single sentence to break up a fistfight between 2 of his brothers, and the 2 of them backed away, ashamed, without another word. Most of it sounded exaggerated, yet if you spent an afternoon with him you could believe every tale. He had a presence that made you stand up straighter. When I was a small child he would let me trail him through the barns and the tool shed while he repaired fences, greased tractor parts, measured grain for the milk cows, or tapped sugar maples in March. He never spoke down to me. If I asked a question about hydraulic fluid or soybean rotation he answered as if the information mattered. My grandmother insisted that dignity was a gift you could offer anyone, from a senator to the girl who bagged groceries, and my grandfather lived that principle without having to explain it. When things at my mother's house grew unbearable, I would call my grandparents late at night. Grandma always said yes before I could finish the sentence. Grandpa would be waiting at the door in his flannel jacket, truck keys in hand. It never felt like charity, only like going home. After high school I drifted. Friends left for universities or the military, but I stayed, stacking boxes at a distribution warehouse, saving $5 here, $20 there, never enough to strike out. The summer I turned 20 I felt stuck between childhood and a life that hadn't begun. Maybe that is why the idea of learning to hunt took root. I had never so much as fired a .22, and I did not see myself as a gun person, yet I craved something new that would anchor me. I pictured dawn light burning off a field while I waited in stillness, listening for deer hooves, and I thought, if I can do that, maybe I can figure out what to do with the rest of my life. Grandpa never offered to teach me. He had hunted rabbits as a boy because his family needed meat, but he quit the day he came back from Vietnam. He did not rail against guns, he simply chose other ways to spend his time. Still, I wanted him there. Nobody else felt solid enough to stand with a loaded rifle beside me. Late in July I rode my bicycle to the farm, helped him load hay into the mow, and after supper I cleared my throat and asked. He paused, fork suspended, pupils fixed on something far away. Finally he said, "You ought to learn woodcraft first, reading sign, wind direction, weather." He did not quite say yes, yet the door opened. I pressed. Would he come with me for a single weekend so I wouldn't make a fool of myself? Silence stretched. Grandma's eyes flicked from his face to mine. At last he muttered, "All right," quietly, like a man agreeing to dig out a stump he'd rather leave alone. I felt sudden guilt and asked him why he hesitated. He studied his plate. When he didn't answer, I looked to Grandma. She laid her spoon down and said very gently, "If he says he'll go, he'll go. When you're out there, do whatever he tells you. Don't argue." The way she spoke sent a chill down my arms. No anger, only a firmness I had never heard from her. I nodded. We set a date, the Saturday after my 20th birthday. Grandpa said we would travel north to the edge of the Adirondack foothills, near a shuttered logging camp that belonged to a buddy of his from the Electrical Union days. I had been that far north once on a school field trip to a gorge. Beyond the gorge, the mountain roads coiled into evergreen valleys with names nobody south of Route 28 recognized. I felt a thrill of adventure. The week crawled. I bought a hunting license, read articles on rifle reform, borrowed camo pants from Hudson, a friend in the National Guard. On Friday, Grandpa pulled his Ford into my mother's driveway at 5:30 a.m. Everything about the morning looked normal. Sparrows in the eaves, milk-gray fog hugging soy fields, dew on grass. We loaded the gear, 2 day packs, a cooler, and Grandpa's well-oiled Remington 700. Then we rolled west on county roads, Pickup cab smelling faintly of diesel and black coffee. Grandpa talked in half sentences at first, then warmed. We joked about minor league baseball, teased each other about bad singing when a Merle Haggard tune came on the radio, argued whether the county fair's fried dough vendor had shrunk the portions. I remember thinking that the drive itself was worth the trip. About 20 minutes from the turnoff to the old camp, conversation withered. Grandpa's hands gripped the steering wheel so hard his knuckles blanched. I thought he might be reliving artillery barrages or jungle ambushes, the way some veterans do when certain smells or landscapes trigger memories. I kept still, hoping not to intrude. Then his foot eased off the gas. He slowed to the shoulder and stopped beneath a red pine stand. Wind hissed through needles overhead. He turned to me. Something in his face had rearranged itself. The brown eyes I trusted were still there, but they burned with intensity one had never seen. Even anger would have been less shocking. When he spoke, each word fell singular and heavy. He said, "When we get there you do exactly what I tell you the moment I tell you. No delay, no question." I opened my mouth, confused. He cut me off, voice hoarse. "Swear." My stomach flip-flopped. I nodded. "Say the words." My tongue felt thick. "I swear." He exhaled, long and shaky, then put the truck back in gear. The silence that remained tasted metallic. 15 minutes later we bumped down a rutted track lined with goldenrod. A weather-grayed shack roof peeked through balsams. Grandpa cut the engine, grabbed our packs, checked the rifle's chamber, and offered a brisk nod, as though the scene in the cab belonged to another lifetime. We pushed through sumac until the shack vanished behind us. The forest smelled of ferns, damp loam, and distant spruce. Shadows flowed between trunks and waves as clouds crossed the sun. Soon I was breathing easier. Grandpa pointed out moose rub on a yellow birch, otter slides near a mud bank, deer scat peppered with half-digested acorns. He quizzed me, "What direction is the wind? Where is the nearest water source? Which way did that buck travel?" I answered, guessed, listened. The rhythm of teacher and student erased tension. By noon the sky cleared to a blue so clean it felt new-minted. Birdsong returned. I caught Grandpa smiling at the way a red squirrel scolded us from a maple limb. The morning promised nothing worse than the itch of black flies. We ate lunch near a beaver pond, a sandwich each, apples, and a thermos of sweet coffee. Afternoon drifted. We roamed a ridge where sugar maples outnumbered pines, looking for sign. Every now and then I worried we made too much noise, but Grandpa shrugged. "First trip is recon. Real hunt comes later." Around 4:30 sunbeams slanted gold through leaves. We wound downhill toward the truck. My calves ached, but it was the ache of good exercise. Maybe 30 minutes from the logging road we entered a glade I had not noticed on the topo map. Ferns grew waist-high, silky soft. The clearing could have fit 3 or 4 cars bumper to bumper. Light pooled like honey. The air, though, felt wrong, heavy, unmoving. Grandpa halted so abruptly I collided with his pack. He lifted one hand without looking back, fingers spread. I froze. He raised his head and sniffed. The gesture struck me as bizarrely animalistic. I almost laughed, until I saw his shoulders. Every muscle tensed, the way a heron stiffens before stabbing at fish. The silence around us deepened, even flies seemed missing. He took 2 steps forward, crouching, left his rifle leaning against the sapling. Then he rotated until he faced me. The pupils that had warmed earlier were enormous, swallowing brown iris. His chest heaved. Through clenched teeth, voice gravel low, he ordered, "Run back to the truck. Now." I blinked. He turned away again, arms bent at the elbows, fingers clawed like talons. Confusion glued my boots to moss. He shrieked, not words, more like a command bark. "I told you, run!" The voice borrowed timbre from something ancient. I spun and sprinted. Ferns slapped legs, branches raked my cheeks. The pack bounced. I vaulted a rotting log, stumbled, cut my knee on a shard of limestone, kept running. All sense of direction stripped away, only forward mattered. A rational corner of my mind nagged that I carried no compass, but fear drowned it. Behind me I expected the crack of rifle fire, or a predator's roar, yet the woods stayed eerily quiet. My lungs burned. Sun dipped, shadows tangled. At last I burst onto the two-track where the truck waited. I dove inside, slammed the passenger door, locked it, collapsed against vinyl. Seconds lengthened into minutes. My pulse hammered in my ears so loudly I almost missed the sound from the trees. It started as wind but held too much deliberate cadence, branches parting, something large barreling through brush. My hand found the door handle. I was about to leap out and search for Grandpa when a scream tore the forest. It was high, thin, metallic, nothing like man or animal. It vibrated deep in my molars, set every hair upright. Instinct forced me down, huddled behind the dashboard. Another crash of foliage, heavier, closer, then silence. The driver's door yanked open. Grandpa vaulted in, chest heaving. Splinters of spruce stuck in his hair. His lower lip bled. Smears of mud and possibly blood streaked his forearms. For a beat he looked larger, more muscular, as if fear had inflated every sinew. He slammed the door, twisted the key, floored the accelerator. Gravel sprayed. I stared, unable to form a question. His mouth remained open, teeth bared in an almost snarl as he sucked air. After half a mile he braked, eyes scanning mirrors. When he spoke, normal tone returned, though tinged with exhaustion. Seatbelt. I fumbled it on. We drove the 2+ hours home in near silence. Each time I opened my mouth the words evaporated. Outside Syracuse, I whispered, "Grandpa?" He shook his head, muttering something under breath that sounded like a prayer. Only when the garage door shut behind the truck, sealing us from dusk, did he face me fully. The fury, the animal tension, gone. What remained was bone-deep weariness and a tenderness I had felt since childhood. "It's over," he said. I saw fresh bruises blooming where seatbelt crossed his chest. "What happened?" My voice cracked. He inhaled, let it out slow. "There are things in the world most folks don't know about. Stories you hear around campfires come from someplace." His gaze shifted to the garage window where night pressed against glass. "If you meet those things, you don't reason with them. You move." He gave a soft, rueful laugh. "And you listen to the old fool who tells you to move." He pressed a hand to my shoulder. "Don't ask your grandmother. Don't ask me to hunt again. I'm too old. Promise?" I promised. He squeezed once, then climbed the kitchen steps. I did not sleep that night. In the spare room I replayed every detail. The screech. The way Grandpa sniffed air like a wolf. His sudden strength. I opened a biology text, hunting for rational explanations. Cougar scream? Yet no cougar imitated metal scraped across glass. Mass hysteria? But bruises on his arms, the cuts on my knee, the scent of rot that clung to my shirt proved something physical happened. Dawn arrived gray and unhelpful. Over the years I returned to that day again and again, the way my tongue worried the chip in a back tooth. When the pandemic struck and layoffs hit, I enrolled in a geoscience program. Rocks and rivers at least offered data I could measure. Yet analytical habits failed to solve what occurred north of the camp. I plotted possible tracks on USGS quads, calculated how long a black bear might mimic a bipedal silhouette, watched videos of fox screams at 3 a.m. Nothing fit. Grandpa passed 2 winters ago. Cancer took him slow, but his dignity never faltered. A week before he died, he motioned me close in the hospice bed. "Still thinking about it?" he rasped. I said yes. He smiled faintly. "I don't blame you." His fingers, brittle as twigs, squeezed mine. "Remember, respecting a thing's danger doesn't mean fearing it every day. It means living ready." Those were his last clear words to me. I have not stepped foot in that forest again. Sometimes, driving the thruway near the foothills, I swear I smell sweet fern and something rank beneath it, a hint of decay drifting on August heat. The rational part of me blames a road-killed deer somewhere beyond the ditch. Another part imagines a clearing filled with ferns where the air still waits, heavy, for careless feet. I am nearly finished with my degree now. When I classify sediment cores or measure strike and dip on a ridge, I feel Grandpa's steady guidance. Teach by doing, speak only what helps. Students ask if I'll lead the fall field camp into the Adirondacks. I smile and say yes because fear is not the same as wisdom. But I know this: if the wind stops and the birds go silent, I will remember my grandfather's voice, low and fierce, and I will move without hesitation. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I still remember the summer of 2010 as if the nights between then and now never piled up. Back then I was 8 years old, a small, skinny girl with grass-stained knees and a stubborn habit of sleeping outdoors whenever my parents would allow it. My family's house sat on a little section of a brand-new subdivision that had been pastureland and scrub only 15 years before. Most of the tidy, single-story homes stretched in neat rows, but the lots behind them had never lost the wild soul of the old farms. Beyond a low picket fence at the end of our back lawn rose a tangle of bracken ferns, Kanuka saplings, and totara that the developers never bothered to bulldoze. A shallow creek full of frogs and mudfish meandered somewhere in that greenery, and tuays flitted overhead from dawn until the first wash of stars. It was paradise for a restless child who loved adventure stories. And so, as soon as the sun set each evening, I begged my mother to let me pitch the family's faithful 4-person tent under the clothesline, only a few steps away from the sliding glass door. My brother and I had spent dozens of warm Friday nights inside that canvas shell, first in the lounge room, with cartoons on the television and a plate of chocolate biscuits between us, later under the stranger sky outside, testing our bravery. By the summer in which my story begins, my brother had turned 13 and decided the entire ritual was childish. He preferred computer games and text messages to his annoying little sister. I sulked, but stubbornness always carried me forward. If he would not join me in the tent, I would stake it alone. Setting up was a breeze because the ground was soft, and the pegs slid in without protest. The tent fitted across the grass almost exactly. One side lay only a meter from the wooden fence, leaving a narrow corridor of trampled kikuyu, while the opposite wall stopped 2 meters short of the weatherboard back of the house. From my sleeping bag I could see golden light through the kitchen window until Mom turned it off near 11 at night. The yard lay in a kind of cup, sheltered on 2 sides by our house and on the 3rd by the neighbor's garage. Only the 4th side opened toward the remnant bush. That gap was both frightening and thrilling, an unseen place where anything might lurk, broom thickets, possums, maybe even one of the shy kiwi we heard about in school but never saw this close to town. New Zealand's main islands host few real dangers. There's one mildly venomous spider, the katipo, but bites are vanishingly rare and nobody has died from one in almost a century. No bears, no wolves, no lethal snakes slither through the grass to strike. Because of that, parents in our neighborhood felt comfortable leaving back doors unlocked. On weekends I walked or biked the teardrop-shaped cul-de-sac without fear. We children knew every adult by name, and every adult knew which kids belonged in each driveway. One evening in late January, when the blackbirds had already finished their sunset chorus and the first pale moon of the month was rising, an impulse tugged at me. I would spend another night in the tent, alone, without my brother's teasing or my mother's voice calling me inside for water and a last-minute bathroom trip. The thought of the empty tent waiting was strangely urgent. I left the dinner table halfway through spaghetti bolognese, announcing that I needed an early sleep to recover from swim lessons. Mum raised an eyebrow but granted permission. I raced to my room, snatched a torch, a paperback novel about ponies, and a bag of crisps, then slipped out the ranch slider into twilight. A blow-up mattress, half inflated from the previous night, sagged inside the tent. I jumped onto it, thumped the thin pillow into shape, pulled a cotton blanket over my shoulders, and listened to cicadas grating in the macrocarpas beyond the fence. Warm wind carried the hay and sea salt smell that always rises at dusk in our coastal region. My eyelids closed. How long I slept I cannot be sure, because 8-year-old me wore no watch and the white clean plastic alarm clock in my room ticked far beyond earshot. I know only that the sky when I jerked awake was deep, cloudless black, sticky with stars, later than 11, because every yellow bulb in the house had gone dark. What woke me was not a dream or the shrill chirring of night insects. It was a sound that froze the child I was at the edge of breath. Footsteps. Not the light skitter of a hedgehog under hydrangea leaves, not the four-footed shuffle of a feral cat, but careful, heavy, deliberate footfalls pacing a circle around the tent walls. 1, 2, pause. Another 3. Each print settled with the measured intent of something that understood how to stalk. Half-asleep children often mistake wind knocks or roof creaks for monsters. Knowing that as an adult, I have asked my older self again and again whether imagination colored what I heard. But memory insists, those were bipedal steps. The weight pressed grass, breathing space between one thud and the next like a tall man's stride. I sat up, blanket sliding to my waist, heart banging. The torch lay on the floor amid my spilled crisps. I fumbled for it, then hesitated. If I switched it on, whoever prowled outside would see precisely where I knelt. Better to speak, I decided, to name my brother so he would laugh and reveal the prank. Ryan? My voice squeaked smaller than intended. Footsteps halted. Silence pulled like ink. A shiver pricked my skin. Ryan might scare me, but he could never stay quiet this long without giggling. I scraped courage together and spoke a second guess. Dad? The reply was a sound no father's throat could shape. Imagine a silverback gorilla bellow slowed to half speed, overlaid with a human chuckle warped through broken radio speakers. The notes slithered through canvas, vibrated ribs, clawed doubt into marrow. I clapped a hand over my mouth. A stuffed teddy bear named Marmite lay beside my pillow, brown fur dulled by years of hugs. I grabbed him, pressed him to my chest, felt small beads of sweat gather under my arms as the creature resumed its circuit. Nails, long, hard, scraped nylon. The rasp ran shoulder height around the tent, as if the prowler traced fingertips while walking. Breath whistled in and out of my nose. Tears spilled soundlessly. I feared sobbing would draw it inside. In the 6, perhaps 7 minutes that followed, I learned how long a human child can hold herself rigid enough to stop her own stuttered whimpers. Then the night emptied. No footfalls. No cicadas or frogs either, though until that instant their drone had filled my ears. I waited a full minute, half believing the creature melted into air. A sigh slipped. Something slapped fabric. I bit back a scream. Another slap, harder. A rock I later discovered flattening the grass in daylight. More stones followed, thumping the same panel like knuckles wrapping a coffin lid. I curled knees to chin, arms around shins, Marmite wedged between cheek and blanket, expecting the poles to splinter, stakes to wrench free. The battery pump mattress shivered as each impact carried through ground sheet. The barrage ceased. Dark yawned final. Then came the laugh. That half-human cackle swelled, closer, closer, footfalls quick, hurdling the canvas threshold. A zipper rasped downward. Nylon parted. In the hush that followed, I heard one long inhalation, as if whatever crouched at the opening savored my scent. My muscles moved without consent. I seized the torch, twisted the rubber switch. A brutal cone of white burst across the doorway. Illuminated in its center squatted a face that was almost but not entirely human, skin coarse as cured hide, jaw elongated, eyes twin pits absent of reflection. It raised one arm thick with wiry hair. In its hand glinted a broken chunk of river stone, sharp along one edge. The arm plunged, puncturing PVC. Air whooshed from under me. I shrieked, high and jagged. From inside the house a second sound erupted, the thunder of my father's boots on carpeted stairs. The creature's head snapped toward that commotion. For a breath it froze, nostrils flaring, calculating risk. Then it bolted, scuttling crabwise out of the tent and across lawn toward the unseen bush. By the time Dad slid the glass door wide and sprinted barefoot across grass, only flattened blades showed the path of its departure. He found a circle of stones, each fat as a cricket ball, arranged where the beast had stood to pry open my shelter. He found me, quivering, mattress sagged like bread dough, her track-streaking cheeks. He carried me inside without speaking. Mum rose from bed, demanded explanation. Dad said a possum must have crawled under the fly because I left the zip loose. I stared at him. I wanted to shout that no possum throws rocks or growls like a demon, but words jammed behind my teeth. He tucked me between his own sheets, sat on the mattress edge, smoothed damp hair off my forehead. His palm trembled. Only after sun-gilded kitchen windows did I venture outside. Rocks lay where I recalled. The tent flap gaped, zipper dangling broken. A triangle of gouged mattress showed where the stone blade sliced. Mum squatted, examined. "Possums are curious," she pronounced, though her tone lacked conviction. She left me to gather haricot leaves for weaving practice. Dad spread canvas to dry, then hauled it to the garage loft. I confided 2 weeks later in Ryan, expecting laughter. He listened, face pale. At last he whispered that he too had slept in the tent earlier that summer. Only once. Something hairy had brushed the fabric, giggled in a voice that mimicked his own, then shook the poles until he fled indoors. He never told me because he feared sounding childish. That was the last evening he agreed to camp. Years passed. I buried memory under algebra exams, netball tournaments, university applications. Yet some nights when I lay dorm room awake, wind outside would catch the eaves and replicate that zipper rasp, and every muscle recalled terror. On a whim during first-year anthropology, I searched Maori folklore for giant hairy men. There it was, the moha, a guardian or a hunter depending on who recounted the myth, said to roam Coromandel ranges and deep forest pockets. Some stories insisted it ate wild pigs, others whispered it preferred human flesh, especially children who strayed. Skeptics labeled sightings misidentified escaped baboons from a long-shuttered circus. But I knew what I had seen. Myth or biological outlier, the creature in my torch beam regarded me as prey until adult footsteps intervened. That knowledge shaped me quietly. I still hike remote valleys, still love starfields undimmed by city glare, yet never again have I pitched a tent, not even alongside tramping companions. Friends tease, call me the glamping queen for booking DOC huts instead of carrying canvas. I laugh too, but my fingertips remember the night breath halted and the world held its lungs and something ancient sniffed youth's vulnerability. Sometimes on summer evenings I visit my parents' current house, kilometers from the first subdivision, and sit on their deck watching dusk swallow orchard rows. I listen to moorporks questioning from pine tops and frogs chorusing by irrigation ditches. When those voices stop all at once, I find reasons to head indoors. Marmite the teddy, fur threadbare, lives in my linen cupboard, guardian not of innocence but of a singular truth. Even in a country famed for safety, the dark retains its own citizens. I tell this tale not as a campfire thrill but as reminder. Creatures older than science inhabit slivers of bush behind tidy fences, waiting for the night a child believes nothing truly bad can step from fern to lawn. It was the middle of winter, yet the air that night felt as heavy and warm as late summer. I live in a small farming town tucked against broad, scrub-speckled hills in eastern Australia, and on evenings when the heat clings to the roof and sleep refuses to come, there is only one surefire cure: a moonlit drive to Lake Coringa. The lake sits 40 minutes north of my place, ringed by gums and wattles, and my golden retriever, Julius, thinks it is paradise. He can leap through foamy shallows, chase the ripples his paws make, then flop into the sand and grin at me with that soft pink tongue lolling sideways. We go there so regularly that I keep 3 towels and a spare lead stashed under the Uda's back seat. That particular evening had begun like dozens of others. I lay in bed until midnight, listening to cicadas groan under the eaves and wishing the ceiling fan would do more than stir hot air in lazy circles. At last I surrendered. "Come on, boy, swim time," I whispered. Julius sprang off his blanket, tail thudding against the pantry on our way to the back door. By 1 o'clock we were cruising the highway, stray kangaroos thumping across the verge as high beams reached for the next bend. For a weeknight, Lake Coringa was almost festive. 2 youths parked nose to nose beside the boat ramp, somebody strumming a guitar near a gas lantern, 3 teenagers away down the beach kicking spray at one another. Julius and I kept to the far end, where a fallen ironbark jutted half-submerged like a pier for possums. We stayed maybe 40 minutes, long enough for the dog to tire, then I towel-dried him, wrapped myself in the breeze, and pointed homeward. The drive south is dead straight, paddocks, distance posts, occasional rest areas where transport drivers pull in to fight off microsleep. My eyes blurred once, twice. When the third wave of fatigue tugged at my chin, I admitted defeat. Nobody needs a headline about a drowsy driver and a drowned retriever. I eased into the next rest stop, a horseshoe of gravel big enough for 3 semis, one public toilet block, a single lamp on a crooked pole, and dark timber stretching forever behind. 2 rigs already idled there, refrigerated units, judging by the generators humming beneath sleeper cabs, and a patchy moon hid behind clouds. I parked between the trucks, switched off the UTA, and cracked the windows 2 fingers width. Julius lifted his head, unsure. "Quick wee mate," I told him, unclipping his lead. Normally he'd bound off to sniff every tire and tussock, but tonight he hovered by my knee, hackles slightly raised. I figured he was just confused by diesel and the unfamiliar bass line of generators, so I steered him to a eucalyptus on the fringe. He relieved himself, stared into the tree line for an extra heartbeat, then followed me back without once pulling at the leash. Odd, but not impossible. Maybe the smells of those refrigerated trailers masked everything else. Inside the cabin, I reclined the passenger seat, draped my coat over my chest, and closed my eyes. A cricket chirped. Heat seeped from the dash. I remember thinking I'd never fall, but sleep buckled me under in minutes. Something wet nudged my cheek. Julius was whimpering at the window, ears pinned flat. Half awake, I heard faint voices outside, a whispering rhythm, too low for words, paired with slow crunches of gravel as though someone paced just beyond vision. I held my breath. Only the trucks should have been moving, yet the generators had fallen silent. No footfall, no whisper, just a dog trembling in my lap and the hollow echo of my own pulse. I sat upright, shook off the dream fog, then heard it again, crisp steps, 2 at a time, coming from the UTA's left side. Julius growled under his throat. My hand hovered near the ignition, but pride and caution wrestled. If it was nothing more than a sleepy truckie stretching his legs, I'd look the fool tearing away. I rolled down the window a touch and scanned. Empty gravel. Bleached trunks. Starch-white toilet block standing crooked against the bush. My bladder chose that moment to scream. "All right," I muttered, cracking the door. Julius tried to nose past me, but I snapped a sharp "Stay." He obeyed yet whined. I stepped onto the gravel and instantly regretted leaving shoes unlaced. The whole scene felt wrong, as though the air itself had clenched. Halfway to the loose, a rap tapped my driver's side window, 3 quick knuckles, hesitant. I spun. Julius barked once, deep and warning. Framed in the UTA's cabin light stood 2 girls. They couldn't have been a day over 13 and 6, ankle socks, long dresses, both looking at the ground so that brown hair curtained their faces. I felt a cold string tug every nerve. The older one spoke without lifting her chin. "Can you drive us to town, please? We're lost." The words were flat as code read from paper, each syllable clipped, breathless. Every sensible question evaporated. Where did you come from? Where are your parents? Why are 2 children wandering a truck stop at 4 in the morning, replaced by an immense, unearned guilt, like I'd already failed them? I reached for the door handle before thought intervened. Julius erupted inside, claws scrabbling against vinyl, jaws snapping. My trance broke. I stammered, "Sweetheart, where are your parents?" The smaller lifted her face first. When I saw her eyes, I stumbled backwards. They were ink. No whites, no iris, only obsidian spheres reflecting my own pale terror. "It's cold," she hissed. The older gripped the handle, jerking the latch up and down. A single command pulsed through every cell: drive. I slammed the door, thumbed the central lock, dove across the gearshift, and twisted the key. Diesel roared alive as the older girl pressed her forehead to the glass, lips stretching in what might have been a smile. Julius barked so fiercely spittle coated the inside of the windshield. Gravel sprayed as I fishtailed back onto highway asphalt. Acceleration, full-beam headlights, white lines whipping under tires. In the rearview mirror the girls stood shoulder to shoulder at the rest stop's exit, tiny figures painted in sodium glow. Both raised hands, as if in farewell. Their eyes caught headlight beams, flashed gold for an instant, then dwindled to pinpoints. The cabin filled with hot animal breath and my own choked sob. A 40-minute journey collapsed into 8. I kept the speedo hovering just below red, fear outweighing every fine or lecture. Even when the first farmhouses appeared and dawn smeared lavender above ranges, I refused to slow. Street lamps at last. Petrol station lights. Familiar cul-de-sac. Safe. Only once engine silence settled did I realize my knuckles bled where nails dug palm. Julius pushed his head under my elbow, whined. It took 3 tries to unclip his harness. My hands shook so badly keys rang against metal. 3 weeks have passed. I told no one, not family, not mates at the feed store, certainly not the local sergeant who would suggest exhaustion or bourbon. Yet some nights, motion lights beside my back shed flare for no reason. The council blames possums, but I've lived here long enough to distinguish marsupial scuttle from the deliberate tread I heard outside that Uda. When the sensor flicks, Julius growls at the window, and I remember small knuckles knocking politely while a voice devoid of warmth asked for a ride. Maybe it was a trick, older friends hiding in bush, pushing kids forward with contact lenses for a cruel laugh. Maybe extreme fatigue conjured nightmare visions. Perhaps a simple case of runaways wearing cosmetic lenses, and I'm the heartless driver who abandoned them. Logic offers choices. None quiet the ancient instinct that shrieked that night. I haven't driven north since. On evenings when heat steals sleep, Julius and I stick to paddocks behind the house, hosepipe paddling pools, and the faint taste of eucalyptus drifting from distant hills, far from lake water, far from rest stops, far from children whose eyes swallow light. I still remember the first night I had to take that lonely stretch of back road, long before I knew every bump, every bend, every half-crumbled mailbox leaning beside the asphalt. At the time I called my little car the junk box, half as a joke and half because it was true. High beams as dim as flashlights that ran on dying batteries, doors that rattled when the wind kissed them, a heater that smelled like dust and old socks. For years that old sedan carried me along the 40-mile drive between the village where I slept and the tiny farming town where I stacked shelves and loaded pallets, and most nights nothing unusual happened. The countryside felt empty but safe. 2 deer grazing on the verge, the shadow of a red tail circling when dawn finally lit the sky, maybe the distant call of a lonely coyote. That was normal. But every so often enough to keep me watchful, something stepped out of the ordinary and left me gripping the wheel, heart pounding, eyes wide until I reached the glow of streetlights again. These are the nights that stuck, that tangled themselves into my thoughts so stubbornly I still replay them when the road is quiet. The first time I saw it I had just transferred to my current job. It was the second week of pre-dawn commutes, when the alarm screamed at 4:30 and the world outside the windshield looked like a stage someone had forgotten to light. Fog clung to the fields, and thin trees stood in clumps like soldiers who had dozed on duty. I was halfway to work, humming along to some tinny pop song leaking from the speakers, when movement interrupted the rhythm of the white lines. Something huge, darker than the darkness around it, stepped onto the road. My headlights were pathetic, but they caught the shape long enough for me to register its size, a figure, upright like a person, but one that stretched far beyond human scale. Its head cleared the tops of the roadside saplings, trees I later measured at 7 or 8 feet. I let off the gas and coasted, eyes glued to the spot where it had crossed, afraid and fascinated at once. In the instant my beams finally swept the area, there was nothing. No crunch of brush, no silhouette against the horizon, no distant crack of twigs. Whatever it was, it had already melted into the fields. The wheel quivered beneath my hands as I crawled forward. Bigfoot, I thought later, though up until that moment I had laughed at the idea of such a creature roaming my home county. These were open farms, not thick forests. Where would it hide? The encounter left me puzzled rather than terrified, but it broke some quiet spell. Ever after, I drove those morning miles with my eyes searching the edges of the beam. Months passed, seasons shifted, and eventually my boyfriend and I managed to rent a newer place closer to those same backroads. One evening, after a late shift, I left work as the sun slid below the horizon. The sky was still bruised blue when a rear tire on the junk box blew without warning. I swore, eased onto the gravel shoulder, and climbed out to inspect the damage. Darkness thickened by the minute. My phone showed no reception, so I coaxed Julius, my golden retriever, out of the passenger seat and walked 50 feet up the verge until one bar appeared. Roadside service told me no truck could reach me for at least an hour. I sighed, hung up, and felt foolishly exposed in the gloom. Julius pressed against my knee instead of wandering, which was unlike him, but I shrugged it off and loaded him back into the car to wait. At first it was merely quiet. Then it became silent. You learn the difference on country roads. Quiet means you still hear the wind shuffling leaves or an insect sawing a warning in the grass. Silence means even those small noises have been shushed by something unseen. That was when I noticed the clicking. It started faint, like a plastic card fluttering against bicycle spokes, the childhood trick that turns a cruiser into a motocross. I leaned forward, listening. The sound circled the car, first distant, then closer, then gliding away again across the bitumen. Moonlight filtered through thinning clouds. My eyes followed the shifting silver, hunting for a shape, another driver, maybe, out for a midnight pedal on some weird rig. No rider emerged. Minutes passed, the clicking remained restless. Eventually it drew so near that Julius growled low in his throat. Something scraped the metal skin of the junk box. Instinct told me to stay put, but curiosity shoved me outside. I clicked on a hand torch, swept the beam along the ditch, the grass, the half-harvested paddock beyond. A gray limb vanished behind waist-high weeds, the quick flick of retreat more animal than human. Rotting skin? My brain rebelled, unable to tally what had flashed across my torch's edge. Before I could chase that thought, headlights curved over the hill, a passing truck. Relief flooded every muscle. The driver braked when he saw my hazard lights, rolled down his window, and offered tools. He helped swap the shredded tire for a spare. Not until he drove away did I realize the clicking had ceased the very moment he arrived. Weeks later, the junk box finally gasped its last gasket. Until we found another second-hand bargain, I used Mum's SUV. One dawn my boyfriend rode shotgun, shoulders relaxed, thermos between his knees. We had just reached the midpoint between towns when the incident we called the Omnimorph unfolded. A young deer, still spotted, barely older than a fawn, stepped from the verge. I touched the brake, dropping from 55 to 25. The deer hesitated, ears twitching, eyes reflecting the beams. Then it leapt. Logic predicted impact. My foot hovered over the brake. But instead of a thud against the bumper, we saw feathers. A full-grown bird burst from the far side of the light, wings beating the air where hooves should have tread. In one heartbeat it had shifted from 4 legs to 2 wings. I coasted to the shoulder. My boyfriend and I stared at each other, each verifying the madness in the other's gaze. When we craned our necks, neither deer nor bird lingered. No hoofprints, no feathers drifting down except perhaps one phantom plume. Both of us doubted the next minute. Skinwalker? We debated, but the size, the age mismatch disturbed every familiar tale we had heard. Shapeshifter, mimic, omnimorph, none of those labels quieted the unease. We drove on, half expecting the radio to squawk static or the rear window to fill with the shadow of antlers. A week passed, maybe 2. We borrowed Mum's SUV again, left home later than usual, and let dawn catch us. 10 miles from work, a doe blocked the lane. Broad light now, birdsong sprinkling from hedges, yet the situation felt wrong. She stood perpendicular to us, muscles tight, as though braced. I eased from 50 to 30, to 20, edging closer. 10 feet separated grill and tail when she bolted, not away but toward. She veered, crashed into the passenger side with deliberate force. The door groaned. Feathers, that impossible detail, exploded in the air like pillows torn open. We both shouted. I halted, hazard lights winking, heart thrashing in a ribcage that remembered every nightmare. We climbed out. The metal bore a dent, shallow but definite. No deer lay on the tarmac or fled across the open field. The landscape was level for half a mile each direction, yet sight lines showed no retreating shape. But scattered around the impact were 2, 3, maybe 5 feathers, each with a hollow quill gleaming in the sun. I picked one up, brushed the downy edge, and knew this was not deer fur. Still, logic insisted it must be tufts of hair flayed by collision. We glanced at opposite horizons, saw nothing, decided to treat it like an insurance report, and rolled on. My boyfriend slipped one feather into a dash cubby. He still keeps it there, a white barbed reminder that explanation rarely follows experience. Not long after, the bridge along our usual lane closed for repair. The detour meant 20 miles of dirt if you wanted to avoid doubling the commute. Summer dust hung thick and orange each dusk. One evening after a sludgy shift, alone in his father's sedan, I followed the gravel maze. Daylight bled away, color draining to blue then black. The isolation felt absolute. No farmhouses, no passing headlights, only the sound of stone pinging against the chassis. My mind drifted until a shadow darted across the beams, a figure on all fours, yet not feline or canine from what silhouette allowed. In that instant it vanished into tall weeds, reappeared behind in the rear view, and darted once more across the road. I accelerated, pulse thudding, tires flinging stones. Whatever lurked, I wanted out. The sedan complained at every pothole, but home arrived without further demonstration. I locked the door behind me, told Julius he had to settle for the backyard that night, then watched the moon trace the sky until sleep insisted. If that were the end of roadside oddities, I might have chalked it up to fatigue, to rural myths thickening around sensor lights and shuddering tires. Yet strange things, persistent things, are never courteous enough to end neatly. A week later my boyfriend and I were back on the dirt detour, the sun still climbing. The world felt bright and safe when a harsh scratching reached us above engine hum. It sounded as if metal scraped pavement. I glanced in mirrors, expecting to see a branch dragging under the chassis. The sound grew louder, then shifted beneath the floorboards, like claws across steel. My boyfriend frowned, listening. 30 seconds later, the rear tire exploded with a bang so violent it rattled teeth. We halted. The wheel well sagged. As we climbed out to inspect, I glimpsed a gray streak in the grass, no clearer than the moving limb that had accompanied the clicking months earlier. "Did you see that?" I asked. My boyfriend shook his head but stayed alert. He retrieved the jack while I kept watch. The destroyed tire looked shredded, as though raked by animal talons instead of glass or sharp stone. We muttered theories neither believed. Rain began, light, almost gentle. We decided the boot would make fine shelter. We perched inside, legs dangling. 5 minutes passed. My boyfriend stiffened. Between rain hiss he had heard something. He stared across the field, and when I followed his gaze, grass parted as if something crawled low. Only the round crown of a head appeared, then bowed, vanished. No kangaroo moves like that. No wild dog either. Instinct told us to tuck back inside the cabin and lock every door. The head popped up again, closer, then sank as if testing how near it could approach before we fled. Rescue arrived 60 minutes later. During the last 30 we heard steady breathing outside the car, interspersed with faint scratches on metal. We did not investigate. My mother's fiancé changed the tire. We never mentioned the shape in the field. Those nights should have convinced me to stay on the main highway, bridge closure or not, yet routine stubbornness runs deep. Only last week I found myself again in the lace grid of gravel lanes. I had worked late, dusk bled to violet, then indigo. The sedan's headlights raked dust into ghostly columns. I was navigating by memory, left at the bent red gum, right at the rusted windmill, when a figure broke the gloom. On all fours it scrambled from verge to verge. My hands clenched the wheel. I slowed, counting heartbeats, half hoping to decide I'd imagined it. In the mirror the silhouette re-emerged, trotting back over the road, back across the beams, as though curious why its game of Frogger had not lured me to stop this time. I refused the bait. The petrol gauge dipped. I ignored it. The engine whined over washboard corrugations. I told it we would be kind tomorrow if we survived tonight. At last sealed asphalt glimmered. I accelerated until familiar porch lights of home glowed in rows. Julius met me at the door, tail wagging, unaware I had silently vowed never to cut through those lanes after sundown again. All these incidents share a thread I cannot cut. Silence suffocates the world before each glimpse. The birds hush, the insects retreat, breath itself seems treasonous. After Bigfoot, after the clicking gray skin, after the animal that turned into a bird, after the doe that exploded feathers, after the shredded tire and the crawling head, after the quadruped that darts across corridors of dust, I still drive the back roads. Something about work schedules, budgets, and the illusion of control compels me to keep steering into darkness. But I no longer roll windows down to taste night air. I pack an emergency kit heavier than before. Julius, who once slept through engine rumble, now balances on the back seat, head over my shoulder, ears cocked for sounds that make even a loyal dog think twice. No matter how weary, I never again pull into that rest stop. When sleep yawns behind my eyelids, I blast radio static or bite my tongue until metallic tang clears my head. The old feather from the doe stays in a jar by my bedside, the quill a thin bone of proof. The tire with Freddy Krueger grooves leans against the shed, a reminder to replace treads before they tempt fate. People in towns on either end of that road laugh when I hint at what prowls those miles. They chalk everything to trick headlights, to potholes, to a vagrant on drugs hiding in fields, to fatigue painting monsters in headlights, anything but the idea that creatures older than myths still wander paddocks under wide southern stars. Maybe they are right. Maybe memory lies, maybe experience exaggerates. Yet each time isolation wraps the car at 4 a.m, I feel it again, the hush, the waiting, the sense that something measures footfalls by mine. I tell myself daylight is armor, rationality a shield, but the road often chooses night. So I keep a feather under glass, a shredded tire beside the shed, and a dog that growls at windows when porch lights blink on without wind to trigger them. These are my proofs. I cling to them even when fear whispers that proof is only invitation, and that somewhere on those gravel lanes, something still waits to test whether I will stop the next time it steps onto the road. A gray September afternoon drifted toward evening as the last bell released us from lessons, and the old red brick school emptied in its usual slow flood of chatter and backpack zippers. The building stood on a corner no longer bustling with carriages or coal wagons, but the architecture hadn't changed much since the 1880s. Rows of tall arched windows watched the courtyard like solemn eyes. Nobody at 12 years old cared about that history, except in October, when our teachers loved retelling the rumor that the foundation covered a fragment of an even older graveyard, its headstones dug up and carted away long before modern records. I had read the same rumor online, tucked into a local historian's blog. Most students rolled their eyes, called it ghost story nonsense, and hurried on to volleyball practice or homeroom detention. I half believed it though. The corridors sometimes felt colder than the temperature warranted, and echoes lingered in ways that made me glance over my shoulder. My best friend, A, had just finished basketball practice in the gym and texted me to swing by. I was free until my ride arrived, so I jogged down the stairs, sneakers squeaking on the polished floor. Inside the gym, the last of the junior varsity players were unlacing shoes. A wave from the far basket, still dribbling. His hair clung to his forehead in sweat-dark curls, and he flashed his lopsided grin. We had grown up across the street from each other, and shared nearly every lunch break since first grade. He loved the old hoops court more than anything. I preferred quiet library corners, but whenever he asked me to shoot around, I usually caved. He insisted I had a natural three-pointer, though I thought he exaggerated. We passed the ball for 20 minutes, joining a pair of ninth graders for a little two-on-two until they packed up and left us alone. Echoes inside that space always had a metallic quality, The wave sound rose to the vaulted rafters and came back thin. I felt it then, an odd tingle that crawled over my arms, the mild discomfort of stepping into water your body decides is too cold. I noticed my shoulders tighten. He flipped the ball under his arm. "Still have that weird feeling?" he asked, teasing and concerned at once. "You know I hate being in here when it's empty," I admitted. He balanced the ball on a fingertip, then let it drop. "Gym's open till 5. We could haul extra trampolines out of the locker if you want to try flips," he offered. The thought of unlocking the equipment shed at the far end of the court made me shiver. The lights down there always flickered. "Maybe for a minute," I relented, hoping distraction would banish the unease. We crossed the gleaming floor to the wall of metal lockers that held spare mats and football gear. As I worked the combination on the padlock, a deep thump echoed behind the row of doors, so abrupt my heart jumped. It sounded like a medicine ball dropping from waist height onto hardwood, a deliberate, heavy thud. We both froze. The steel lockers rattled slightly as if a vibration rolled through them. "What the heck was that?" I whispered. I tilted his head, brow furrowed. "Probably a kettlebell left on a shelf. Stuff shifts around." Before he finished, another thump answered farther away. Instinct told us we were not alone. I glanced at the wide gym entrance 50 feet back. The overhead fluorescent tubes hummed. No figure stood in the doorway. On one hand I wanted to laugh it off, old building, weird acoustics. On the other, I felt watched, as though something stood behind the glass of those second-story windows looking down. "Let's just grab a water and head out," I said, more sharply than intended. A opened his mouth to tease me, then stopped. Something in his posture changed. He nudged me forward. "Sure. Let's get back to class," he agreed quickly, ushering me toward the exit with uncharacteristic urgency. We walked, didn't run, but our steps were brisk. Rising tension pressed like static. I swear the overhead lamps seemed dimmer halfway across the floor. When we reached the hallway, the buzz in my head eased. Students passed in clusters, oblivious to any strange thumping. The moment felt so normal my earlier fears seemed childish. Still, a residue clung. I caught myself glancing back over my shoulder more than once while we trudged up the stairs to homeroom. The bell for final dismissal rang. Our plan was simple. A and I would finish assignments at my house. The shortcut home meant cutting through a narrow strip of forest that bordered my neighborhood. Calling it a forest might sound grand. Really, it was an overgrown tract left after the coal industry carved out everything useful a century earlier. My father, a tall ex-military man whose authority settled over our household like iron, had one rule we rarely broke: never use that path after dark. He claimed too many sinkholes riddled the ground, old mine shafts whose timbers rotted long ago. "One wrong step, kids, and they'll never find you," he loved to warn. We usually obeyed. That afternoon, the basketball game had dragged, the locker room walk had spooked us, and twilight slid into night before we even realized. The main road would add a half-hour's walk. The forest trail would slice that in half. My father's temper if I arrived late made the decision for us. At the edge of the pines a last flicker of daylight bled between branches, painting trunks amber. I kicked at moss. "Your dad's gonna flip," he muttered, the fear of my father outweighing any childhood stories of haunted woods. "We'll move fast," I promised, though I was already dialing my brother Tyler. He was 19, fearless, and the one person Dad trusted to keep us out of trouble. Tyler answered with a gruff, "What?" over music in the background. I explained. He cursed softly. "You idiots. All right, I'll meet you halfway. Don't wander." The line clicked dead. We stepped into the trees. Immediately the hush wrapped us, not silence, but the soft, thick quiet of leaves absorbing noise. Our flashlight beams carved 2 tunnels of pale gold. I kept one hand wrapped around A's so neither of us stumbled. 20 yards and I felt dread gather behind my ribs. No sight, no sound, just dread. "Do you feel that?" I whispered. The tremor in his voice made goose flesh crawl my arms. Before I could answer, he swallowed. "Let's keep moving," Branches knitted overhead. The trail narrowed. That was when we heard it, a footstep not belonging to either of us. It cracked a dry twig behind a cluster of shrubs off the path. The sound was light, almost cautious, yet unmistakably bipedal. I swung my flashlight. Nothing but brush. Probably a fox, I said, though foxes don't walk on two legs. We pressed on, our sneakers scuffing. The next noise was louder, a dragging scrape like something heavy pulled through leaves. My pulse hammered. "Tyler?" I called, hoping it was my brother already nearby. The woods answered with a dry rustle, nothing more. Then came the smell, faint at first, like damp earth mixed with something sour. The sharper it grew, the more it resembled decay, as if unseen compost turned nearby. My phone buzzed, no service bars. I shoved it away. 2 minutes later, it pulled free of my hand. "Wait," he muttered. We both listened. Somewhere behind us, a scream echoed. Not an animal scream, nor a human voice I recognized. It pitched partway between the squeal of a doe struck by a car and the shriek of metal on metal. The sound sliced through bone. I dropped to a crouch, palms over ears. I yanked my jacket, urging me forward. We stumbled into a small clearing beneath an enormous oak. Moonlight silvered the bark. It happened then, a figure stepped from behind the trunk. A deer, or the shape of one, and yet wrong. It stood taller than any buck I had seen, perhaps 3 meters high, thin to the point of starving. Its spine curved unnaturally, the legs bent too long. Worst were the eyes, twin embers glowing yellow in the beam of my flashlight, reflecting hollow but intent. I froze. My knees threatened collapse. I backed away slowly, whispering my name, but I couldn't move. The creature's jaw hinged open and the earlier scream poured out, bigger, closer, more awful than before. I threw my hands up, flashlight dropping. The beam spun across moss, across dead leaves, then snapped off. Darkness devoured detail. Another scream rose. It called my name in Tyler's voice, stretched thin, distorted as if played backward. "Fenja, come out, it's safe." The syllables lingered in the night air like freezing fog. I knew, with every instinct screaming, that voice was not my brother. Tears blurred my sight. I crumpled to the forest floor and covered my ears, rocking, chanting nonsense to drown the imitation. The air pulsed with wrongness. Then, just as sudden, the calls ceased. The woods fell utterly mute for what felt like hours. Next thing I remember clearly, harsh LED light slashed through the thicket, my father's hunting torch. His boots thudded over roots. He shouted my name, genuine this time. I bolted up and ran into that beacon, sobbing relief. He wrapped me in his giant arms, scanning the shadows behind as I crashed through brush to reach us. Dad had come because Tyler never found us at the meeting point, and phoned home worried. The look on my father's face oscillated between fury at our disobedience, and terror at what might have happened. He didn't scold, not then. He simply guided us out, one massive hand on each shoulder. At home I sat on the sofa shaking while my mother wrapped me in blankets. My brother arrived a moment later, soaked in sweat, confusion written across his face. Dad asked what had scared us. I tried to explain, the towering deer, the scream, the wrong voice mimicking Tyler. Words sounded childish. Dad listened soberly, then muttered about legends old miners used to share, warnings of spirits in abandoned shafts. He said nothing more. A week passed. Neither Ain nor I entered those woods after sunset again. Some classmates claimed they heard wailing from the tree line near the football field, but rumors travel fast in old schools. I learned to ignore the cold spots in the corridor, though every now and then locker doors at the far end of the gym would rattle when no one stood nearby, and I'd remember the heavy thuds behind metal panels on the day all this started. I have replayed that night 1,000 times. I wondered if stress cracked my memory, if echoes in the forest rearranged into nightmares. Yet I know what I saw: antlers high enough to brush low branches, ribs like broken cage bars, and eyes that kept their glow even when my flashlight died. I know what I heard, my name spoken by something that should not know it. The closest label I have found is skinwalker, though books describe those creatures roaming deserts far from my valley. Labels scarcely matter. Something ancient moved through that coal-scarred hillside, wearing the shape of a starving deer, seeking to lure me until I stepped willingly into its arms. Every afternoon I still pass the door to the gym, still nod at A when he spins a basketball on his fingertip, but if he asks, "Do you want to grab equipment from the lockers?" I shake my head. I'd rather sit in the bleachers, scribbling homework, than cross the floor alone. In winter when twilight falls early, Dad picks me up out front, headlights slicing the dusk. He pretends he trusts me now, pretends the rules eased. Deep down we both accept a truth unspoken. Once you hear your own name called by something that isn't human, you can never again dismiss a bad feeling as ordinary fear. I never used to think much about miracles, not in the sense of thunderstorms parting, or hands glowing with light, or angels descending from clouds. A miracle, to me, was something quieter, the smoldering calm that replaces panic after a close call, the unexpected kindness of a stranger at exactly the moment you need it. That May of 2020, however, as a global pandemic spun the world off its usual axis and forced my state into a strict stay-at-home order, I discovered how quickly a miracle could feel like a curse, and how easily a blessing could transform into something unfathomably terrifying. I was a senior in college then. Like millions of other students, I watched my final semester dissolve into a mosaic of unstable Wi-Fi connections, pixelated Zoom lectures, and professors who looked as though they'd aged 10 years in a matter of weeks. Everything once familiar, library tables cluttered with highlighters, laughter echoing off cafeteria walls, even the gleam of campus lampposts on a spring evening, vanished behind a computer screen. Yet, strangely, I adapted better than I expected. An odd, determined discipline surfaced in me once the initial shock passed. Each morning I brewed instant coffee in my dorm kitchenette, set up a color-coded spreadsheet of due dates, and plodded through digital homework while my potted fern drooped in the window. I was proud of that routine, and still I went stir-crazy. For beige walls can hold only so many restless thoughts before they burst. I mentioned the feeling in an offhand phone call to my friend R, a second-year grad student who thrived on off-grid adventures. He seemed to breathe wilderness the way most people breathe oxygen, and quarantine had turned him into a caged wolf. He didn't hesitate. "There's a state park nobody visits, 45 minutes from your dorm. Remote site, cheap permit. Bet you could set up there for a weekend, get some air, reset." His directions arrived in 3 separate late-night emails, complete with a blurry topographic map and coordinates pinned on Google Earth. The park had closed most public amenities because of safety restrictions, but primitive campsites were still available if reserved in advance. I mulled over the idea for all of 5 seconds, decided it sounded perfect, and spent the next month finishing projects, arranging asynchronous exam times, and begging my instructors for a brief window of freedom. They granted it. My spirits lifted with every email confirmation, every checklist scribbled in Sharpie, every new gear purchase delivered by contactless drop-off at the dorm's front desk. By early June the plan was finalized. On a bright Friday morning, one of those mornings that smell of cut grass and possibility, I carried duffels and crates down 3 flights of stairwell, and loaded them into my pickup. I borrowed a heavy-duty 4-season tent, because ours descriptions hinted at rough weather, and I packed my collapsible canoe across the bed rails. Most important, I printed the email that proved I had legally reserved a spot amid the park's labyrinth of closed recreational areas. I climbed into the driver's seat, patted the folded tent beside me as though it were a loyal dog, and turned the key in the ignition. The highway unfurled like a ribbon of dusk-gray asphalt between walls of pine and spruce. Each mile pulled my shoulders lower, eased the knots behind my skull. Pandemic headlines played on the radio, but out here facts felt distant. Hospitals overwhelmed, infection curves rising, graduation ceremonies cancelled. In these woods the only curve was the elegant lean of trunks and the slow swirl of clouds overhead. I counted precisely 5 vehicles during the entire drive, all moving in the opposite direction. It felt like the world had tipped and emptied, leaving space only for me, my truck, and an acquainted silence. Around noon I spotted a weathered brown sign bearing the state park's name. It pointed toward a cracked two-lane spur road that snaked deeper into dense timberland. Soon asphalt gave way to patches where gravel pocked the surface like old scars, and the canopy narrowed until branches scraped my passenger mirror. At last the road widened into a semicircle of broken pavement still marked by faint parking lines, the lot our had promised. Weeds sprouted through fissures. A single wood-paneled kiosk stood under fluorescent tubes, their buzz swallowed by daylight. A woman in an official wool cap sat inside behind plexiglass. She wore a patterned cloth mask and smiled with her eyes when I approached. My reservation code drew a nod and she handed me a laminated placard to hang on my dashboard, plus a copy of campground regulations printed on cheap paper. "It's pretty quiet up there," she warned, almost apologetically, as though I might complain. "The usual rangers rotate through, but services are limited till they loosen restrictions. You know your site number?" "Yes, ma'am. Site 9. Follow the one-lane road. When you pass the secondary lot, keep right at the fork. You'll see markers." She handed me a plastic entry pass and wished me a safe stay. The spur road soon became a bony dirt track, rutted by spring runoff. My tires bumped over roots, but excitement surged again when I glimpsed Site 9, a flat clearing hugging a shallow hillside, ringed by red maples whose leaves flickered like miniature flags. A stone fire pit dominated the center. Someone had left an armload of split logs stacked neatly beside a moss-stained picnic table. The entire tableau looked staged, awaiting my arrival, and that simple act of readiness felt like a blessing. I parked, killed the engine, and inhaled pine resin. The hush felt centuries old. No phone tower. No engines. My heartbeat seemed loud enough to disturb the breeze. I pitched the tent after only one tangle with the rain fly and hauled my cooler beneath a low-hanging branch to stay in the shade. I pictured sunset, the curl of smoke above orange embers, a tin mug of coffee balanced on a log. Life, for this sliver of weekend, would be uncomplicated. Then, as I carried the last of those pre-cut logs to the pit, the air shifted. A sour scent coiled into my nostrils, something rancid, cloying, undeniably wrong. My body reacted before my brain, muscles tensed, stomach lurched. I followed the smell behind a cluster of shrubs downwind and nearly gagged. There lay a deer, half concealed under ferns, its ribs slashed open. Flies rose in a black shimmer every time a breeze stirred its matted fur. A large part of the flank was missing, carved as if by a butcher's cleaver. The eyes, hazed with cloudiness, seemed to plead with anyone who might look long enough. The ranger arrived fast on an ATV, an older man with silver sideburns poking from beneath his helmet. He studied the carcass, lifted an edge of tissue with gloved fingers. "Deep cuts," he muttered. "Don't think a bear did this. Could be a pack of coyotes or a big wolf passing through." He leveled a considerate gaze at me. "Be careful, sir. Keep your food sealed. Don't approach anything you can't identify." I thanked him, but dread tugged. Predators usually avoid people, yes, still, the deer's wounds looked almost surgical, too straight. I shook the thought, imagination. He hoisted the body onto the flatbed, wished me luck, and rumbled away. Once the tainted smell dissipated, the woods regained their innocent hush. I forced myself to rebuild serenity, stowed leftover anxiety in the mental drawer labeled irrational. Later, I walked back to the registration building, displayed my fishing license to another ranger through the plexiglass, and carried my aluminum canoe down a narrow spur trail buzzing with mosquitoes. The river awaited, a wide, lazy serpent with glints where sun hit ripples. Launching felt second nature. Soon I paddled upstream, rods propped against the gunnels. The first fish I hooked was small, maybe 6 inches, shimmering like living quicksilver. I released it gently. The second tugged harder, so hard I feared it might snap the rod. When it breached the surface it was a monster bass, broad as my thigh. I hooted aloud, no one to hear but birds, and secured it in the cooler with ice, certain it would feed me for at least 2 dinners. By the time I paddled back the sky glowed peach. I cleaned the fish on the picnic table, washed my hands in a jug of river water, and skewered thick pink fillets on sharpened sticks. They hissed over flames, filling the clearing with rich savory smell. While they cooked, I listened to cicadas winding up their twilight chorus. The deer's body seemed a distant memory. That evening I ate until satisfied, wrapped the remaining portion in foil, and placed it inside an insulated bag, a gift from my mother, in the tent's vestibule. Outside, embers crumbled to ash. Sparks floated like tiny red satellites into the night. I sat cross-legged reading a dog-eared fantasy novel by headlamp, marveling at silence. Around midnight, eyelids heavy, I tucked the book beside my backpack and burrowed into the mummy bag. Somewhere an owl hooted, a note of warning that nonetheless lulled me. At first light, every sound feels closer than it is. I woke abruptly to the crisp crunch of plastic. Half dreaming, I thought it was the cooler lid shifting. Then I heard wet smacking, like jaws working meat. My brain conjured a raccoon rummaging for scraps. To scare it off, I made guttural noises. Hey! GRMPH! The chewing stopped. Crickets halted mid-chirp, as if someone hit mute on the forest. Absolute silence followed, so complete I could hear blood pulsing in my ears. Then came the scream. I struggle even now to shape letters around that noise. It wasn't simply loud. It took space, filled every crevice of the clearing until I couldn't breathe. It carried the raw edge of a woman's shriek layered with the depth of a lion's roar, yet tinged with unfamiliar timbres, a mosaic of anguish, hunger, fury. One scream, rising to a peak, falling into a tremor, then silence again. Terror snapped me erect inside my sleeping bag. My hand groped through darkness, searching for the hunting knife I'd used earlier. My fingers closed around soft fabric, then the cold cylinder of a flashlight, then nothing. I cursed, heart slamming, until at last my palm brushed the knife handle wedged under a sweatshirt. I inhaled, unzipped the tent's inner flap, pressed my ear to the mesh. Nothing. The insulated bag again rustled, deliberate. My rational mind whispered, "Coyote found your fish, you idiot." Coyotes rarely attack adults. Open the flap, wave the flashlight, it'll scurry. I thumbed on the light, grabbed the zipper, yanked. Cool air rushed inside. I crawled half out, knife clenched. The beam illuminated the vestibule, and froze on the thief. A deer crouched on bent forelegs, muzzle buried in the foil. At least, that's how my mind first framed it, deer. Too tall for a white-tailed doe, more like an elk though slimmer, fur tattered. Its spine protruded under patchy hide, ribs traced ridges along its sides. The light touched its face. The eyes reflected yellow, yes, but so do normal deer eyes. What wasn't normal? It lifted a strip of fish flesh with thin pale lips, chewed, blood trickling from between flat teeth that somehow looked too sharp. Meat dribbled from its chin. Deer are herbivores. A simple line of logic flickered and died. The creature turned its head, and the angle revealed something worse. The joint seemed wrong, rotating farther than anatomy allowed. Its jaws opened past the hinge point, and a trickle of low noise gurgled, like air escaping a deep crevasse. Then it lowered its torso, knees twisting. It took one crawling step, yes, crawling, moving elbows forward like a man playing beast, and I finally lost all capacity for rational observation. Instinct roared, "Run!" Knife in one hand, flashlight jittering, I tore into the trees behind my tent. Underfoot roots snagged, but adrenaline kept me upright. I ran blind except for frantic sweeps of white illumination. Behind me came thuds, too heavy for a natural deer, paired with that impossible keel-hauled screech. Branches whipped my face, sweat blurred vision. I remembered R's advice about steady breathing. I forced air deep into lungs, matched strides to heartbeats. It helped a fraction. The path curved near a stony ridge. I leapt over a fallen trunk, flashlight beam careening. I wasn't sure where I aimed. Toward the park office? The main road? Any place with lights. Objects blurred to grayscale tunnels. My boots pounded and the noise behind me grew more distant. For one irrational second I believed I might outrun it. A branch snapped ahead. The scream erupted again directly in front of me. I skidded in mud, slipped, caught myself. How had it circled? My light found a silhouette between trunks, legs jointed wrong, torso long, head antlered but skull-like, eyes burning yellow. My legs refused to move. Brains under stress performed bizarre calculations. I considered doubling back, but the path behind felt just as haunted. I could dash left into thorny underbrush, but the slope dropped steep there, remembered dimly from earlier. Knife. I had a knife. In movies, heroes brandish steel and monsters retreat. I raised the blade. My hand trembled so violently the beam wobbled across the creature's chest. Its ribcage expanded, the skin too tight as though stitched erroneously over something larger. It cocked its head, a gesture almost canine, almost human, wholly alien. I took one shaky step backward. It lunged 3 strides forward, yet remained 5 yards away, as if teasing the distance. I turned and ran again. Somehow muscles obeyed. Branches lashed my cheeks. I saw through the treetops the faint halo of electric yellow, parking lot lights. Civilization's fragile glow. I barreled downhill, lungs ripping, until my boots struck pavement. Under the lampost's glare I realized the pounding behind me had ceased. I spun, chest heaving. Between trunks across the lot 2 circles of amber hovered, watching. They blinked once. The body behind remained cloaked in black timber. Street lamps drew a boundary it would not cross. I doubled over, vomited dinner onto grass, retched air until stars flooded my vision. When I straightened, the eyes were still there. We held each other in a wordless standoff. Finally they receded like coals dimming in ash. The forest resumed its churring chorus, as though a conductor's baton signaled action. I stumbled into the registration building, startling a night ranger dozing at the desk. "Coyote!" I gasped, still gripping knife and flashlight. "Got into my camp. Chased me." My voice cracked. He radioed a colleague, nodded with practiced calm, fetched me a paper cup of water. Soon a second ranger arrived, drove me back in a small utility vehicle while scanning treetops with a high-powered torch. At Site 9 the wreckage told part of the story: tent shredded, cooler overturned, gear flung across moss. No tracks clear enough to identify. Bite marks on the cooler looked canine. The ranger declared coyote damage. I forced a nod, too numb to argue. We salvaged nothing. They hauled torn fabric and broken poles into garbage bags. One offered me the empty spare bunk in their staff cabin. Exhaustion hit like anesthetic. I collapsed on the cot in damp clothes and dreamt only of silence. Dawn filtered through blinds. I showered in a narrow concrete stall, let the water scour pine needles from my hair, watched mud swirl down the drain. Staff refunded my reservation without question. I accepted with hollow gratitude, thanked them for hospitality, and left the park as sun spilled gold on roadside dew. College resumed its march, virtual lectures, group projects and video chats, late-night essays. My dorm walls felt less confining after open sky and terror. Sometimes during history class my mind rewound to a clearing lit by a single lantern, the metallic scent of blood disguised in fish fat, a deer that stood like a man. I researched folklore, Wendigo, skinwalker, shifter, but stories contradicted, blurred. One thread common, allure. An inhuman thing that mimics familiarity, draws you near, devours what you cherish. My fish supper, still warm in foil. My name, perhaps, on lips not my brother's. I wonder whether the deer carcass near my site was bait set for something larger than coyotes, whether the ranger's quick arrival was itself coincidence or part of a delicate game of boundaries. Lights define safe ground, dark retains its sovereign mysteries. Occasionally I step outside at dusk, gaze toward the faint tree line beyond campus, and inhale for any hint of sour rot. None comes. Even so, I never again camp alone where street lamps can't reach. Bless the inventor of streetlights, I think, each time I pass beneath their hum. And if I ever smell raw decay in leaf-muffled quiet, I will not pretend rational explanations suffice. Some miracles of escape don't grant second chances. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I grew up on a spread-out patch of north-central Florida where every family seemed to have at least 10 acres, a fence line of rusted barbed wire, a battered mailbox, and a buffer of thick woods that rolled on forever. Our place sat on the high end of an old sandhill, and the land dipped into palmetto flats, slash-pine thickets, and cypress sloughs the farther you walked. We called it a farm because we kept animals, too many in truth. Horses on the front acreage, beef cattle on the back pasture, a flock of cantankerous geese that had claimed the pond, a hog pen tucked beside the feed shed, 3 spoiled barn cats, and half a dozen rescue hounds that roamed the yard. My older brothers and I had learned to mend fences, move cows, and fix anything with baling wire before we learned long division. Hunting was as normal as brushing teeth. I had fired my first .22 at 8, dragged my first deer at 11, and decided by 12 that I preferred spot and stalk hog hunts over sitting in a tree stand. By the time I turned 18, I moved through the woods the way other kids walked a mall, comfortable, half distracted, confident I knew every rustle and chirp. Dave, on the other hand, was city through and through. He and I had been friends back in elementary school when his dad's tech job had plopped the family into Florida for a quick 2-year stint. We lost touch when they moved to Tampa and then again when they bounced up to New York, but social media kept us half acquainted. Early that summer he surprised me with a message. He was coming back to Florida for good. The pandemic had squeezed his family's finances and his parents were downsizing into a smaller place outside Ocala. He hated the notion of a middle-of-nowhere address, so I invited him over one weekend to remind him dirt roads and big skies weren't so bad. He joked he wanted the full country package: boots, bonfire, fried catfish, and most of all, a first real hunt. He claimed he had never shot anything bigger than a soda can. I promised to take him out behind the property where the squirrels were fat, the armadillos were fearless, and the odd possum lumbered down the fence lines after dark. I figured we would stay close to the barn, plink a few tin targets so he could get used to the recoil, and maybe spotlight a rabbit if the moon was bright. Nothing fancy. Nothing risky. Just enough excitement to send him back to the suburbs with a story. The day he arrived, the sky baked us both. It was one of those August afternoons that felt like standing in front of an open oven. Heat shimmered off the dirt driveway, and the cicadas buzzed loud enough to rattle your teeth. Dave stepped out of his mom's SUV wearing skinny jeans, a black t-shirt, and shoes I swear had never met mud. I hid a grin, hugged him, and dragged him straight to the mudroom. I dug out a pair of faded Wrangler jeans from my middle brother's pile and a scuffed set of work boots that looked close enough to his size. He changed, rolled his city clothes into a tight bundle, and looked at himself in the mirror with sheepish pride. "I look like a rodeo reject," he said. I handed him a baseball cap, a bandana for sweat, and my youngest brother's canvas belt with a sheath for a skinning knife already threaded through the loops. That knife, a simple fixed blade with a rubber grip, had cleaned more deer than I cared to count. I told him it was lucky. He gulped, nodded, and tucked it against his hip like it was a talisman. At first we stuck to chores. We moved square bales off an old flatbed and stacked them under the barn overhang. Dave nearly toppled backward more than once, arms shaking under the itch of hay, but he refused to quit. We mucked the horse stall, filled troughs, and tossed scratch to our chickens. The sun sagged over the trees, and the heat eased. When the first gloaming breeze stirred, Dave looked shyly across the fence line at the wall of trees beyond. "Is that where we hunt?" I told him it was still too early. "Wild things don't start moving till the shadows do." I could see disappointment creeping onto his flushed face, so I pointed to a pair of homemade targets nailed to a fence post and retrieved my old bolt-action .22. It wasn't fancy, but the walnut stock gleamed with years of linseed oil. I reminded him of the safety rules: muzzle down range, finger off trigger, know what's behind your target, treat every firearm as loaded. We spent half an hour on the rifle. He flinched at the first shot, blinked away the smell of powder, then gradually found a rhythm. At 15 yards he punched holes into the center of the paper plate. At 25 yards he was still on the cardboard square, though the group widened. He beamed. The mosquitoes came and the sky bruised purple. I slung the rifle and told him it was time. I checked the small game regulations, legal calibers, night spotlight laws, seasons. Possum, armadillo, and any nuisance varmint were open. Squirrels were in too. In our county you could legally take wild hogs with a .22 on private property as nuisance control, but I never liked using small calibers on big targets. I stuck to the rule anyhow. Dave's only gun time was a single box of 22s. Better to keep it simple. I pocketed a handful of rounds, slid the spare magazine into my back pocket, and slung a flashlight with fresh batteries. Dave tried to sneak his phone into his jeans, but I told him to leave it. Screen glow in pitch black woods is a beacon for every buzzing gnat, and anyway we wouldn't get reception once we dipped into the oak hammocks. He surrendered the phone but asked if he could keep his earbuds in a pocket for music afterward. I laughed. Afterward you'll be asleep before your head hits the pillow. He followed me to the gate that opened into the treeline. My dad had blazed a rough tractor trail years back to drag feed to our remote pasture. It curved through hardwoods, rolled down into a shallow swale where switchgrass grew high, then vanished into a tangled dog hobble where the cattle pens used to be. Beyond that the land belonged to a hunting lease. We only ever walked the first half-mile, staying well inside our property. I always carry orange survey tape when I explore new spots. Even on my family's land I still like to mark forks during moonless nights. Dave watched me unspool a length and wrap it around a low branch. I handed him the remaining roll. Every 50 steps, I told him. He nodded, tucked it into a pocket. We crossed a patch of pine that crackled underfoot. Above us the sky showed through gaps in the canopy. Silver clouds drifted, covering half the moon. The half-moon cast just enough glow to walk without tripping if you knew the terrain, but not enough to see detail. I clicked on my light and played it low. Shadows jumped. Dave stiffened each time some unseen insect zipped past his cheek. 30 paces in, he whispered. How do you stand the quiet? Feels like I'm wearing earmuffs. His voice sounded too loud. I murmured back. Listen again, you'll hear plenty. And he did. Night birds chirred. Leaves rustled. Limbs creaked. We pushed deeper, and the ambient noises dulled. The cicadas cut off. A barred owl hooted from far off, then hushed mid-call. The hush pressed against my skin like thick humidity. Dave's breath hitched. He giggled nervously and tried to crack a joke. I signaled with a finger to my lips. My pulse quickened, though I told myself it was nothing. A coyote could silence a woodlet for minutes. We reached the far end of our usual boundary, an old hog wire fence sagging between ancient posts. I never crossed that spot without permission from the lease manager, but on our side was an oak that dropped acorns like rain, prime squirrel territory. I scanned with the light. No eyeshine from bedded deer, no movement. Dave shifted, restless. He whispered he needed a break. I let him lean against the palmetto fan and wiped sweat from his brow. That was when I heard the first distinct footstep. Not the scurry of a raccoon, not the pop of a pine cone under a rabbit. A solid 2-beat stride, heel then toe, heavy enough to press into leaf litter. It sounded maybe 40 yards off, parallel to us. I lifted the flashlight and swept the beam. Nothing. I clicked it off, listened. Silence. Dave had gone statue still. We resumed walking, deciding to circle back toward the house. Dave shot me a look that begged to pick up the pace. I did. Every few dozen yards that heavy step returned, always off to one side, pacing. The hairs on my neck prickled. I recognized the feeling, something monitoring us, matching speed. I have heard a big boar shuffle like that, but a hog crashes when spooked. This tread was patient, deliberate. I whispered to Dave to keep tape marks close together. His fingers trembled as he peeled orange ribbon and tied sloppy knots. The hush deepened. Even the frogs north toward the pond shut their chorus. We passed a patch where decades-old grapefruit rootstock had run wild. In the dim beam the trunks twisted like petrified snakes, and I felt a strange vertigo. Dave stumbled. A stone skittered from nowhere, bounced off my shin, and plopped into the leaves. Pain radiated. I hissed a curse. Dave yelped. We both froze. My flashlight darted. Leaves still shifted where the stone had landed, but the surrounding brush remained motionless. The pacing stopped. My mind raced through scenarios. A trespasser? A prankster? Nobody lived near enough to blunder onto our land weekday late, not without dogs barking. I raised the rifle muzzle while Dave edged behind me. The next sound was neither step nor rustle but a low, guttural breath. It rumbled, half growl, half moan, thick with vibration. I felt it in my chest, not ears. It emanated from the dark, maybe 15 yards out. Dave squeezed my shoulder so hard my collarbone ached. I swept the beam and glimpsed a shape between two cabbage palms, brownish, upright, broad. The second the light touched, it ducked behind a trunk. In that flash I caught height well over mine, maybe 7 feet, and width of a linebacker. Its hair hung in clumps. I didn't see a face, only bulk. Dave stifled a scream. He grabbed my belt, urging me forward. I recovered my wits and hissed, "Move!" We half-jogged down the path. The flashlight shook but I refused to turn it off. Behind us, a branch cracked. Not snapped, but bent and cracked like living wood. Something big and strong. We reached the switchgrass swale. The moon slid behind clouds again, making the clearing gloom. Running through knee-high grass is foolish. Snakes love the swale, but fear shoved caution aside. I considered firing a warning shot. The rifle held 5 rounds. Every bullet counted for small game, but maybe not for intimidation. I decided noise was better than none. I flipped the safety, aimed skyward, and shot once. The report boomed across the flats. Ears ringing, we sprinted. Whatever trailed us stopped momentarily at the shot. I heard an echoing sound then, like a bark twisted into a howl. It chilled me worse than the growl. Dave sobbed. We scrambled up the sandhill toward the barn lights now visible. We burst onto the yard, slammed the gate, and ran the last 100 yards to the porch. My dad's Chevy was back. Porch light flooded the steps. I pounded the door. He opened wearing his uniform pants. He had come home late from security detail, and saw us wild-eyed, me bleeding a thin trail where the rock had cut skin. He ushered us in, locked the bolt, demanded explanation. Words spilled, footsteps, stone figure. Dave kept saying, "It was huge, man, huge." Dad listened silently, fetched rubbing alcohol, patched my gash, and told us we would talk at first light. Dave shook all over. I pulled a spare sleeping bag onto my room's floor. He lay there rigid, clutching the knife I'd lent him. The house creaked, settling, and he flinched each time. I stayed awake until roosters crowed. Morning baked bright through the curtains. Dad sat at the kitchen table with coffee, jaw clenched. "Tell it slow," he ordered. We did piece by piece. He never interrupted, only tapped his mug. When we finished, he pushed back the chair. "I'm taking a couple of men out. Something's on this property that doesn't belong." He radioed 2 neighbors who leased their land for hunting. They respected my dad's word. By noon 3 men arrived. Mr. Wilson with a .308, Mr. Santos with a 12-gauge slug gun, and Dad shouldered his custom-length Remington 870 loaded with .00 buck. They wore faded camo older than me and carried walkies. I was banned from joining. I limped after all, but curiosity gnawed. Dave hovered behind me on the porch as the trio disappeared down the trail. Hours passed. Cicadas droned again. I half convinced myself we'd overreacted, that maybe a feral hog had spooked us after all. Late afternoon, the ATVs hummed back. Dad strode to us, face hard. He motioned me inside privately, away from Dave's ears. He described what they found deep in the pines, the boar carcass from our pen. Drag marks etched where something had pulled the 300-pound hog half a mile then ripped it open. Guts removed with startling precision, ribs cracked like twigs. Hair matted around the clearing. No dog prints, no boot prints. Only smudged depressions too broad for bear, too long for cat, in pairs, as if whatever stood on 2 feet part of the time. He wouldn't let me see it. They burned the remains, poured diesel, and lit the blaze. He said if a predator could throw rocks, pace hunters, and slay livestock, it needed territory elsewhere. We gave it a message. I didn't ask details. Dave returned home next day. He hugged me, promised to stay in touch, but his eyes never quite focused. We talk online, but he refuses to camp anymore. He sold the knife on eBay. I still roam the woods, though never alone after dark. I carry a bigger rifle, a brighter light, and a radio set to Dad's frequency. Some nights the tree frogs hush all at once, and I remember the breath that rumbled through leaves. I finger the scar on my shin where that stone struck and hurry my pace, convinced the orange ribbons flutter on branches for a reason. Over time our family heard rumors, stray hikers who wouldn't stay past dusk, a rancher who found yearlings gutted, a group of ATV riders who reported boulders hurled onto the trail. Cattle dogs bark at empty edges. Kids whisper about the skunk ape. Some folks blame escaped exotics or rogue bears. I do not bother naming it. I only know what I heard and what Dave saw, a towering, brown-haired figure that moved with purpose and patience, powerful enough to bend trees and silence night choirs. Life on the farm goes on. Fences still need mending, calves still need tagging. I watch the boundary now. At dusk the sky over the sandhill turns the color of peach flesh, and for a moment everything looks gentle. Then the shadows lengthen, and the woods swallow the trail again. I tie fresh tape when I venture past the grapefruit thicket, a thin ribbon the color of caution. Maybe that's all any hunter can do, mark a path back to light, and hope the unknown respects the borders we draw. I still remember the summer of 2010 as if the nights between then and now never piled up. Back then I was 8 years old, a small, skinny girl with grass-stained knees and a stubborn habit of sleeping outdoors whenever my parents would allow it. My family's house sat on a little section of a brand-new subdivision that had been pastureland and scrub only 15 years before. Most of the tidy, single-story homes stretched in neat rows, but the lots behind them had never lost the wild soul of the old farms. Beyond a low picket fence at the end of our back lawn rose a tangle of bracken ferns, Kanuka saplings, and totara that the developers never bothered to bulldoze. A shallow creek full of frogs and mudfish meandered somewhere in that greenery, and tuays flitted overhead from dawn until the first wash of stars. It was paradise for a restless child who loved adventure stories. And so, as soon as the sun set each evening, I begged my mother to let me pitch the family's faithful 4-person tent under the clothesline, only a few steps away from the sliding glass door. My brother and I had spent dozens of warm Friday nights inside that canvas shell, first in the lounge room, with cartoons on the television and a plate of chocolate biscuits between us, later under the stranger sky outside, testing our bravery. By the summer in which my story begins, my brother had turned 13 and decided the entire ritual was childish. He preferred computer games and text messages to his annoying little sister. I sulked, but stubbornness always carried me forward. If he would not join me in the tent, I would stake it alone. Setting up was a breeze because the ground was soft, and the pegs slid in without protest. The tent fitted across the grass almost exactly. One side lay only a meter from the wooden fence, leaving a narrow corridor of trampled kikuyu, while the opposite wall stopped 2 meters short of the weatherboard back of the house. From my sleeping bag I could see golden light through the kitchen window until Mom turned it off near 11 at night. The yard lay in a kind of cup, sheltered on 2 sides by our house and on the 3rd by the neighbor's garage. Only the 4th side opened toward the remnant bush. That gap was both frightening and thrilling, an unseen place where anything might lurk, broom thickets, possums, maybe even one of the shy kiwi we heard about in school but never saw this close to town. New Zealand's main islands host few real dangers. There's one mildly venomous spider, the katipo, but bites are vanishingly rare and nobody has died from one in almost a century. No bears, no wolves, no lethal snakes slither through the grass to strike. Because of that, parents in our neighborhood felt comfortable leaving back doors unlocked. On weekends I walked or biked the teardrop-shaped cul-de-sac without fear. We children knew every adult by name, and every adult knew which kids belonged in each driveway. One evening in late January, When the blackbirds had already finished their sunset chorus, and the first pale moon of the month was rising, an impulse tugged at me. I would spend another night in the tent, alone, without my brother's teasing or my mother's voice calling me inside for water and a last-minute bathroom trip. The thought of the empty tent waiting was strangely urgent. I left the dinner table halfway through spaghetti bolognese, announcing that I needed an early sleep to recover from swim lessons. Mum raised an eyebrow but granted permission. I raced to my room, snatched a torch, a paperback novel about ponies, and a bag of crisps, then slipped out the ranch slider into twilight. A blow-up mattress, half inflated from the previous night, sagged inside the tent. I jumped onto it, thumped the thin pillow into shape, pulled a cotton blanket over my shoulders, and listened to cicadas grating in the macrocarpas beyond the fence. Warm wind carried the hay and sea salt smell that always rises at dusk in our coastal region. My eyelids closed. How long I slept I cannot be sure, because 8-year-old me wore no watch and the white clean plastic alarm clock in my room ticked far beyond earshot. I know only that the sky when I jerked awake was deep, cloudless black, sticky with stars, later than 11, because every yellow bulb in the house had gone dark. What woke me was not a dream or the shrill chirring of night insects. It was a sound that froze the child I was at the edge of breath. Footsteps. Not the light skitter of a hedgehog under hydrangea leaves, not the four-footed shuffle of a feral cat, but careful, heavy, deliberate footfalls pacing a circle around the tent walls. 1. 2. Pause. Another 3. Each print settled with the measured intent of something that understood how to stalk. Half-asleep children often mistake wind knocks or roof creaks for monsters. Knowing that as an adult, I have asked my older self again and again whether imagination colored what I heard. But memory insists, those were bipedal steps. The weight pressed grass, breathing space between one thud and the next like a tall man's stride. I sat up, blanket sliding to my waist, heart banging. The torch lay on the floor amid my spilled crisps. I fumbled for it, then hesitated. If I switched it on, whoever prowled outside would see precisely where I knelt. Better to speak, I decided, to name my brother so he would laugh and reveal the prank. Ryan? My voice squeaked smaller than intended. Footsteps halted. Silence pulled like ink. A shiver pricked my skin. Ryan might scare me, but he could never stay quiet this long without giggling. I scraped courage together and spoke a second guess. Dad? The reply was a sound no father's throat could shape. Imagine a silverback gorilla bellow slowed to half speed, overlaid with a human chuckle warped through broken radio speakers. The notes slithered through canvas, vibrated ribs, clawed doubt into marrow. I clapped a hand over my mouth. A stuffed teddy bear named Marmite lay beside my pillow, brown fur dulled by years of hugs. I grabbed him, pressed him to my chest, felt small beads of sweat gather under my arms as the creature resumed its circuit. Nails, long, hard, scraped nylon. The rasp ran shoulder-height around the tent, as if the prowler traced fingertips while walking. Breath whistled in and out of my nose. Tears spilled soundlessly. I feared sobbing would draw it inside. In the 6, perhaps 7 minutes that followed, I learned how long a human child can hold herself rigid enough to stop her own stuttered whimpers. Then the night emptied. No footfalls. No cicadas or frogs either, though until that instant their drone had filled my ears. I waited a full minute, half believing the creature melted into air. A sigh slipped. Something slapped fabric. I bit back a scream. Another slap, harder. A rock, I later discovered, flattening the grass in daylight. More stones followed, thumping the same panel like knuckles rapping a coffin lid. I curled knees to chin, arms around shins, Marmite wedged between cheek and blanket, expecting the poles to splinter, stakes to wrench free. The battery pump mattress shivered as each impact carried through ground sheet. The barrage ceased. Dark yawned final. Then came the laugh. That half-human cackle swelled, closer, closer, footfalls quick, hurdling the canvas threshold. A zipper rasped downward. Nylon parted. In the hush that followed, I heard one long inhalation, as if whatever crouched at the opening savored my scent. My muscles moved without consent. I seized the torch, twisted the rubber switch. A brutal cone of white burst across the doorway. Illuminated in its center squatted a face that was almost but not entirely human, skin coarse as cured hide, jaw elongated, eyes twin pits absent of reflection. It raised one arm thick with wiry hair. In its hand glinted a broken chunk of river stone, sharp along one edge. The arm plunged, puncturing PVC. Air whooshed from under me. I shrieked, high and jagged. From inside the house a second sound erupted, the thunder of my father's boots on carpeted stairs. The creature's head snapped toward that commotion. For a breath it froze, nostrils flaring, calculating risk. Then it bolted, scuttling crabwise out of the tent and across lawn toward the unseen bush. By the time Dad slid the glass door wide and sprinted barefoot across grass, only flattened blades showed the path of its departure. He found a circle of stones, each fat as a cricket ball, arranged where the beast had stood to pry open my shelter. He found me, quivering, mattress sagged like bread dough, tear tracks streaking cheeks. He carried me inside without speaking. Mum rose from bed, demanded explanation. Dad said a possum must have crawled under the fly because I left the zip loose. I stared at him. I wanted to shout that no possum throws rocks or growls like a demon, but words jammed behind my teeth. He tucked me between his own sheets, sat on the mattress edge, smoothed damp hair off my forehead. His palm trembled. Only after sun-gilded kitchen windows did I venture outside. Rocks lay where I recalled. The tent flap gaped, zipper dangling broken. A triangle of gouged mattress showed where the stone blade sliced. Mum squatted, examined. "Possums are curious," she pronounced, though her tone lacked conviction. She left me to gather harakeek leaves for weaving practice. Dad spread canvas to dry, then hauled it to the garage loft. I confided 2 weeks later in Ryan, expecting laughter. He listened, face pale. At last he whispered that he too had slept in the tent earlier that summer. Only once. Something hairy had brushed the fabric, giggled in a voice that mimicked his own, then shook the poles until he fled indoors. He never told me because he feared sounding childish. That was the last evening he agreed to camp. Years passed. I buried memory under algebra exams, netball tournaments, university applications. Yet some nights when I lay dorm room awake, wind outside would catch the eaves and replicate that zipper rasp, and every muscle recalled terror. On a whim during first-year anthropology I searched Maori folklore for giant hairy men. There it was, the moha, a guardian or a hunter depending on who recounted the myth, said to roam Coromandel ranges and deep forest pockets. Some stories insisted it ate wild pigs, others whispered it preferred human flesh, especially children who strayed. Skeptics labeled sightings misidentified escaped baboons from a long-shuttered circus. But I knew what I had seen. Myth or biological outlier, the creature in my torch beam regarded me as prey until adult footsteps intervened. That knowledge shaped me quietly. I still hike remote valleys, still love starfields undimmed by city glare, yet never again have I pitched a tent, not even alongside tramping companions. Friends tease, call me the glamping queen for booking DOC huts instead of carrying canvas. I laugh too, but my fingertips remember the night breath halted and the world held its lungs and something ancient sniffed youth's vulnerability. Sometimes on summer evenings I visit my parents' current house, kilometers from the first subdivision, and sit on their deck watching dusk swallow orchard rows. I listen to moorporks questioning from pine tops and frogs chorusing by irrigation ditches. When those voices stop all at once, I find reasons to head indoors. Marmite the teddy, fur threadbare, lives in my linen cupboard, guardian not of innocence but of a singular truth. Even in a country famed for safety, the dark retains its own citizens. I tell this tale not as a campfire thrill but as reminder. Creatures older than science inhabit slivers of bush behind tidy fences, waiting for the night a child believes nothing truly bad can step from fern to lawn. I kept looking out of the oval airplane window even though the view was nothing but darkness below the clouds. The captain had already announced that we would be landing in a little more than 20 minutes, and the seatbelt sign glowed yellow above my head. I rubbed the small scar on my left wrist, a nervous habit I had picked up when I was still in school, then glanced down at the boarding pass tucked into my phone case. Tallahassee to Atlanta, Atlanta to Kentucky, Kentucky to Pennsylvania, and finally Pennsylvania to the tiny regional airport in New York State. 4 flights in one very long day. It had taken me almost 9 hours to cross the country, counting layovers. When I left Florida, the weather had been soup thick with summer humidity. Now, while I watched the wing lights blink over rolling hills, I could practically feel northern air pressing through the cabin walls, dry and sharp enough to sting my lungs. All I wanted was to reach Keith's place, drink a glass of water that did not taste like recycled airplane air, and fall asleep somewhere that smelled like the country instead of jet fuel perfume. Keith was my oldest friend. He and Theo owned a little farmhouse on the edge of a maple grove that must have looked lovely in fall. Bright leaves over dark soil, sugar sap dripping when the nights turned cold. The only thing Keith did not like about the location was the deer that wandered out of the forest at dusk. Once he had adored them. During college he would stop his truck outside town and let the animals cross, smiling as if they were a grand parade organized exclusively for him. Then, 2 winters ago, something half seen in the trees had put an end to that fondness. He admitted only that he and Theo had been on a late drive when they glimpsed a figure that looked like a crazed human wearing a deer's skull and shards of shredded hide for clothing. It had run alongside the car longer than anything should have. The engine struggled, Theo shouted, and the headlights kept revealing too many teeth with every bounce of the suspension. By the time they reached home, Keith was wheezing so hard he needed the emergency inhaler he kept for his mild asthma. After that night he would not stay outside after dark, and if he so much as caught the edge of an antler on television he pulled the blanket over his head. No explanation soothed him. No therapist convinced him the creature had been nothing but a sick buck with patchy fur. He simply stopped enjoying things that reminded him of deer. I said I would come visit when I could, and this summer my chance finally arrived. When the plane parked and the door opened, mountain air rolled along the aisle. I shivered in my light sweatshirt. The little airport's arrivals hall smelled of pine cleaner and overbrewed coffee. My single suitcase rattled behind me while I searched for the exit. Outside, the parking lot was mostly empty. The only bright thing was Keith's silver pickup, roof lights shining even though there were street lamps. He stood on the porch of his house at midnight, but he also stood there in my imagination now, leaning against a wooden post, grin crooked beneath dark stubble. I climbed into the rental car that waited with its engine running. The drive to his address took almost 40 minutes, and the farther I went the more the darkness thickened. Fields replaced storefronts, then forests replaced fields. When the GPS asked me to turn down a narrow gravel lane, the headlights caught nothing but dust and waving grass. Still, the porch light of Keith's house flickered through the trees like a tiny orange planet. Safe harbor. I parked where 2 tire ruts left a shallow gap in knee-high weeds. My breath puffed silver in the glow of the dome light. As soon as I opened the door, Keith bounded down the steps and met me halfway, pulling me into a hug that squeezed the road fatigue out of my shoulder blades. He smelled like cedar soap and the mint tea his doctor had recommended for his lungs. He took my bag as if it weighed nothing, though I had filled it with clothes and Florida oranges and a jar of local honey for Theo. The porch creaked under our feet. The air smelled of damp soil and something sweeter, maybe lupins or clover blooming in the meadow beyond the barn. Theo swung the front door open. He was barefoot, wearing an old college sweatshirt and a grin almost as broad as Keith's. "Hey there, Mallow," he said. Nobody but these two used my childhood nickname anymore. I stepped into the entryway and felt warm air wash over me. The house was so clean it looked new, though Keith had bought it 5 years earlier. White walls made the hallway bright despite only one lamp, and someone, probably Theo because he liked painting, had dragged a soft cloud pattern across the ceiling so that overhead felt like day even at midnight. I kicked off my sneakers. Keith carried my suitcase upstairs. Theo turned on another warm lamp and asked if I minded if he let the dogs out. I told him of course not. He disappeared into a side room. A moment later, nails skittered on hardwood and two shapes burst into view. Felix the border collie spun circles around my knees, all excited yips and tail swishes. General the German shepherd came behind him, darker, heavier, but wagging no less eagerly. Both dogs sniffed my socks and decided I belong. They followed me to the living room while Keith returned and Theo closed the door behind General's wagging tail. It was after 12:30 and the room smelled of recently drowsing people, faint coffee, a spring candle probably called something like meadow rain. "We should get some sleep," Theo said with a yawn. He turned off the lamp. I had a quick shower, steam curling in the tile, then padded barefoot to the guest room. The door opened onto a small square painted dusty rose, likely chosen because morning made it look gentle instead of glaring. The bed stood against the wall with a single window right over the headboard. Outside that glass everything was black and silent. I changed into flannel pants and an oversized shirt, crawled under the comforter, and shivered until my skin adjusted. Florida's humidity still lived in my lungs. This altitude air felt thinner. I texted my husband back in Tampa. "I'm glad you made it safe," he wrote. He probably sat on the sofa, our dog snoring on his feet, ceiling fan ticking. I thumb-typed. "Felix got massive. Remember the tiny fluff ball? Now he's practically an ottoman. Is he still anxious around strangers? Honestly, he seems confident." Something smacked the window above my pillow so hard the glass twanged. Not the papery ping of a moth. Not the small thud of a bird hitting reflections. This sounded like a fist-sized stone. I froze, phone glowing against my cheek. My husband's typed dots appeared, then his bubble popped. "What was that?" I swallowed. "Something hit the window." I tried to sound calm. I did not succeed. For 10 seconds I listened. Silence. No wind, no leaves rattling. My pulse throbbed in my ears. My husband wrote, "Do you want me to stay on the call?" I stared at the screen. The horror felt silly from 1,000 miles away. "I'm okay," I texted. "Probably a tree branch." It was not a tree branch. But I forced myself to believe it. I told him good night and I clicked the lamp off. The room plunged into darkness so complete I could not see my own hand. I lay rigid. My eyelids sank. Sleep crept over me like cool water. Bang! The second impact rattled the entire wall. The mattress jumped. The lamp fell off the nightstand and rolled, switch flicking itself on so light washed pale pink across the ceiling. I gasped without intending to. Something scraped on the outer wall. Not claws exactly. Nails? I clutched the blanket and waited. 30 seconds. A minute. Nothing. I do not remember closing my eyes. Yet the next time they opened the room was lavender with dawn. A faint creak drew my attention. The door inched inward. For one heartbeat I pictured an arm so long it scraped the floor, fingertips burrowing under the crack, pushing. My throat closed. Then a black and white nose appeared. Felix shoved his shoulders through, hops across the carpet, and leapt onto the mattress. All 80 energetic pounds landed on my ribs. I wheezed and then laughed, relief tasting like new air. Keith's tired face peeked around the jamb. "Felix in there?" His voice was hoarse like he had not slept. "Yeah," I managed, still rubbing the dog's silky ears. "Good," he said, eyes shadowed. "Were you walking around last night?" I asked, feigning casual. "What?" "The bangs on my window." He shook his head slowly. Fine lines carved between his eyebrows. "Are you sure you didn't dream it?" I thought of the bruised feeling still buzzing through the glass, and the way the lamp had tipped. "Never mind," I muttered. Keith shrugged, patted Felix off the bed, and closed the door. I listened to his footsteps descend the hall. Sunlight climbed above pine branches outside. I tried to settle but could not. Eventually hunger and curiosity dragged me down the staircase. The living room was empty. In the kitchen I filled the kettle. Water hissed, a comforting sound. When the switch clicked off I brewed tea and held the hot mug against my palms. Theo patted in wearing plaid pajama bottoms and socks. Didn't expect you up, he said. I could say the same. I tried to hide the shake in my voice. He poured himself coffee. When Keith's on shift, I'm usually alone at this hour. He smiled, but it looked sad. Feels different to have someone else breathing in the house. He left early? Yeah. Clinic opens at 6. He works too hard. I tell him. He shrugs. The smile deepened, fond. Theo leaned on the counter, one hip propped. Any plans for your first real day? I rinsed my cup. If you're off, maybe you can show me the woods? I haven't hiked in a year. He considered while steam curled past his chin. We could do better than hiking, he said. Ever fired a rifle? My grin answered for me. 2 hours later we rattled down a dirt track in Theo's rusty SUV with Felix and General panting in the cargo space. The forest swallowed the vehicle bit by bit, first the bumper, then the hood, until only windshield reflected the tunnel of leaves. Theo parked near a rickety wooden ladder stand. We climbed inside, rifles across our knees, dogs tied to a tree below. Grass swayed in a sunlit meadow bordered by birches and maples. The air smelled of sap and late-blooming goldenrod. Mist still clung in pockets. We whispered occasionally, but mostly listened to insects drone and far birds scold. Time dripped slow. My stomach settled into the peaceful rhythm. A cluster of black-eyed Susans nodded beneath the ladder. Their yellow petals looked almost neon against morning's shadow. A muffled crunch snapped the silence. Somewhere beyond the low ridge an animal stepped on dry leaves. Another step. Branches brushed. I raised my rifle, gaze sweeping the clearing. A shape emerged between trunks, moving into full view. For one shining second I thought it was the most beautiful spiked buck I'd ever seen, slender neck, proud antlers just beginning to fork. Then it walked a little farther into the light. Flesh dangled in strips from its flank as though peeled by clumsy knives. Bare ribs showed. Its right eye socket was empty, black marrow glistening. The antlers curved backward under their own weight, crooked, jagged, stained. When Theo inhaled sharply I saw shock ice his features. He lifted his rifle too. Through my scope the deer's hide looked more like rotted parchment than skin. I could have counted every stretched vein. It halted, ears twitching, nose tilting toward us. A tongue too long for comfort lolled out between cracked lips, tasting the wind. My stomach lurched. Thank God Keith isn't here, Theo murmured. His finger tightened on the trigger. At that instant the deer's neck jerked. Its face pointed precisely at our blind. Not just pointed, locked on, like a crowbar snapping into the groove of a manhole cover. It did not look at movement. It looked at eyes, at souls. I felt as naked as if I sat in the field rather than behind wooden slats. The creature bolted, not away, but toward us. In that charge I recognized nothing natural. Its limbs hinged wrong, elbows bending outward. The ground trembled. Theo fired. The boom cracked like lightning over the hills. The bullet hit. I saw the shock ripple up the shoulder. The deer screamed, a pitch that was neither animal nor human, a knife of sound wrenched from some other world. It halted, legs splayed, drool flinging from its mouth. It panted, yellow teeth gnashing. Then it wheeled and thundered toward the far trees, vanishing as if swallowed by a wave. For a long time neither of us spoke. My arms tingled under the recoil. Felix barked frantically below. General's deep rumble joined him. When I looked at Theo, he had not lowered the rifle. He stared after the empty trail, jaw clenched so tight the tendons framed his neck like cords ready to snap. That thing was no ordinary deer, I whispered finally. Theo nodded once, very slowly, like a puppet pulled by a single string. We climbed down. The dogs pressed against our legs whining. The grass where the creature had stood was untouched. No blood. No tracks. Only flattened tips of flowers slowly raising as breeze brushed them. Back at the SUV, Theo slid the rifles into their cases. His hands shook. I loaded the dogs. The sky, moments ago friendly, felt heavy. The forest seemed to lean inward, a congregation listening to our breath. Theo turned the ignition key and the engine coughed alive. Neither of us spoke during the drive home. Gravel snapped under tires. At the house we let the dogs explode into the yard and we sat on the porch steps. Theo rubbed his forehead. Was that? I began, then faltered. He finished for me. I don't know. But it sure wasn't something the State Wildlife Agency lists. Wind rustled the maple leaves. The porch clock chimed 10. Somewhere beyond the barn an unseen woodpecker tapped. Felix trotted back and leaned against my knee, eyes bright but ears slicked. I stroked his back wishing fur were armor. Theo sighed. Keith's going to ask what we did today. We could lie. He shook his head. He'll see it on my face. Will he believe you? His laugh had no humor. He'll believe it more than I do. Inside, I brewed more tea though my hands weren't steady enough for pouring. Theo sat at the table, tracing knots in the timber. When the kettle whistled I filled his mug first. He inhaled steam and said softly, When Keith came home that night with the broken headlight and the claw marks on the door, I told myself it was a bear scratching for food. Bears don't pull radiator hoses out. Bears don't hiss your name through the vents. My spoon clattered against ceramic. Theo looked at me, apology in his eyes, like he regretted hauling me into their hidden madness. I thought moving deeper into town would solve it. He continued, voice edged thin. But after 2 days Keith couldn't breathe indoors, said the walls felt like a coffin. So we bought this property. It's further from the place he saw the thing. We never told anyone. We tried to forget. I stared into my cup where leaves swirled like silt. You think that deer was the same creature? I think, he whispered. The Wendigo has more than one skin. And Keith sensed it all along. The word hung between us, ancient and wrong. I had read folklore, a spirit born of starvation, craving flesh, wearing bone. Legend said it could mimic voices to lure travelers outside. It defied nature's order. Now I pictured antlers sprouting from shoulders, tongues licking fog, claws tapping glass above my bed. Last night, I said, throat tight, something hit my window. Theo's gaze locked on mine. Something scraped the wall, I added, and threw rocks. His cheeks drained of color. You're sure they were rocks? They were still on the grass this morning. He exhaled. It was marking territory. Keith said I must have dreamed. He knew, Theo said. But he wants to protect you. He always tries. I clenched the mug so hard the handle threatened to snap. What do we do? Theo lifted his shoulders. First we tell Keith everything. Then we decide. Keith arrived after dusk, headlights sweeping the yard like search plane beams. He parked crooked, engine idling. When he climbed the steps his shoulders curled inward, already bracing. Theo met him at the threshold. They talked in the hall while I stood with Felix pressed against my leg. Keith's voice rose once, cracked, then fell into silence. They entered the kitchen. Keith's eyes found mine. In his hand he held a small object. He placed it on the table. A rock. Gray, jagged, faint smear of dried blood. My breath turned to glass. Found it in the bed of the truck, he said quietly. Must have landed there when it lost its aim. None of us slept that night. We sat in the living room with the curtains open, watching moonlight crawl across grass. At midnight a shape appeared by the barn, a deer silhouette, impossibly tall, ribs visible even at distance. Felix growled low. Keith lifted a hunting rifle that rested across his lap. The creature cocked its head. Then it melted into shadow. Towards dawn we brewed coffee no one drank. Birds began to chirp at 5:30. Life resumed, the planet turning as if nothing had stepped from nightmares into our breathing world. I called my husband to tell him I loved him. He heard the strain in my voice and did not ask questions. Theo walked the dogs along the gravel drive. Keith changed into scrubs though it was his day off. Maybe routine steadied his lungs. I stood by the pink guest room window holding the rock Keith had found. It was surprisingly light. Too light to have made a sound that loud unless thrown with force beyond human muscle. Outside, sun touched dew. A rabbit hopped out, nibbled clover, unaware of the hunger lurking where forest met field. I thought of the crooked antlers, the laugh that had seeped through canvas like ice through cloth. I wondered how many other travelers dismissed similar noises as settling branches, ignored scraped tents, convinced themselves they had dreamed throwing stones. We considered packing up and leaving. Would distance matter? Folk tales said the Wendigo stalked winter blizzards, but summer did not keep it tethered. It followed memory and fear. It followed the living breath of the one who first saw it. Keith could vanish to deserts or coastline and still sense blue shadows behind him. In the end we stayed. Keith hung cedar crosses above every door. Theo poured circles of salt by window frames. I planted lavender under sills. We ate supper together and told jokes until Felix rolled over with his legs bicycling the air. We told laughter thicker than dread. The seasons turned. Maple leaves reddened, then fell. Snow dusted the porch. We kept watch. Even now, years later, I sometimes wake at midnight to the phantom echo of a stone against glass. My Florida window looks onto palm branches, not pines, yet I remember the pink guest room, the lamp rolling across carpet, the blow-up mattress deflating around my hips. I remember the meadow where bones showed through hide. I remember how love sat beside me on creaking steps and admitted terror because protecting those he loved mattered more than pretending the world was safe. I have not returned to hunt. When Keith and Theo phone, we talk about gardens and promotion offers and how General's muzzle is turning gray. We do not mention horns or hollow eyes. But when wind rattles shutters, I hold the phone tighter, and I know on the other end of the line, in that white-walled farmhouse, 3 hearts listen to, counting breaths, waiting for morning. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. We never talked about that night again, at least not out loud. We kept our promise to Bastian and Lucas and told everyone we had spooked ourselves with a horror movie. Felix and I pretended we were embarrassed, pretended the whole thing was a teenager's overactive imagination. Deep down we knew it was real. We had heard the distorted voices at the door and the wet scratching on the wood. We had felt the weight of those creatures' hunger pressing through the walls. Nothing would erase that memory. Felix's house sits alone at the end of a winding road, 2 stories plus the half-buried basement. Behind the fence the trees begin at once, tall pines and dark firs that choke out most of the moonlight. In summer the canopy traps heat like a lid on a pot, and when it rains a heavy pine scent settles over everything. In winter snow piles high enough to cover half the ground floor windows. You would think a place like that stays quiet, but the woods are full of small noises, foxes yipping, owls calling, twigs cracking under deer hooves. We had grown up with those sounds. They belong. The things that came to the house that night did not belong anywhere human ears could reach. The evening had started so normally. Bastian's room on the top floor was the safest place in the world to us back then. Posters of heavy metal bands covered the walls. A lava lamp glowed purple in one corner. The bed was big enough for 3, so Felix and I dragged 2 thin air mattresses to the floor. Bastian and Lucas stretched out on the mattress proper, arguing over which Fast and Furious film was best. I remember the smell of pepperoni chips, the way Lucas kept tossing them into the air and catching them in his mouth. Outside, a breeze rattled the gutter. I pressed my cheek to the carpet and thought about how nice it felt not to be alone. When Bastian's stomach rumbled, Lucas teased him. They decided pizza was worth the drive. The nearest town was 20 minutes away if you obeyed the speed limit, which Bastian rarely did. Felix yawned beside me, curls falling over his eyes, and asked me to keep watch while he napped. That felt normal too. He had asthma. Nighttime wheezes worried him, so he liked someone awake for a while. They left around 10:30. The house sank into a pleasant hush. I scrolled through episodes of a cartoon, volume low so Felix could sleep. On screen bright colors flashed. In the corner of my eye the window was darkness. 1 hour, I told myself. They would be back with hot pizza and jokes about the surly cashier. The first knock came at least 40 minutes later. It was measured, polite, almost shy, 3 taps against the front door. At first I slid off the mattress thinking they had forgotten their keys, but before I reached the stairs a thought anchored my feet. Bastian and Lucas both carried keys on the same metal ring, a habit from losing too many house keys during high school parties. Why would they knock? I stood still, holding the banister, and then Lucas's voice floated up, distorted, elongated, as if someone were speaking through a cracked speaker underwater. Fenja. Open the door. No one except Grandma used my full name. Lucas teased me with Finn. He would never try Fenja unless he was joking. Yet there was no grin in that voice, only something hungry wearing a joke like a mask. My stomach folded in half. The hallway lights flickered, quick like blinking, though no bulb went out. Beside me on the mattress Felix shifted. He murmured in his sleep. When he woke properly he heard the voice too, and I felt him tense. A second voice joined the first. Sweetheart. It was my mother's tone, soft, coaxing, the way she used to sound when she woke me for school. Come on now, open up for us. Both voices overlapped, then drew out of sync until they rasped like two broken cassette tapes fighting to stay in time. Felix made a small noise. I clamped a hand over his mouth. We stared at each other, terror bouncing between our eyes. Neither of us dared breathe loudly. Scratching began. The front door groaned. Something swept its nails down the wood grain, slow, patient. From the window I could see porch light glinting off three shapes. They were tall, taller than any basketball player I had met. Their limbs bent strangely, knees hinged too high, arms hanging past the knees. Even half hidden by shadow I saw ribs jutting under sagging skin. They looked like mannequins carved out of candle wax left too close to a fire. No fur, no hair. The porch light buzzed. For a second it shone on a face, or what should have been a face. Where the eyes belonged were dark pits reflecting nothing. The mouth was a narrow slit that widened and widened until it split the head in two. A tongue slid out, tasting air. Something in my brain tried to scream, but the sound jammed behind my teeth. I backed away, pulling Felix with me. My phone was in my pocket. Fingers shaking, I called Bastian. When his cheerful greeting clicked through the speaker I almost sobbed. I shoved the phone to video. Show me, he said. I edged to the window, lifted the phone, pointed. The creatures stood exactly where they had before, white against night, patient. Bastian cursed soft German words I did not know, harsher than anything I had heard from him. We are coming home, he said. 15 minutes. 15 minutes can last a lifetime. We crawled beneath Bastian's blanket, and I tried to make myself small enough to fit inside the circle of Felix's arms. Outside, the things called every few minutes. They shifted voices as if rifling through a catalogue of people we loved. My aunt's laugh, Felix's math teacher, Lucas's bored drawl. At one point they began to sing. The melody was almost pretty until it twisted into a howl. Headlights finally slashed the driveway. 2 doors slammed. A shotgun bellied thunder across the yard. German shouts followed, a mix of Bastian and Lucas's voices. The creatures shrieked. It did not sound like pain exactly. It sounded like frustration that dinner had grown teeth. Moments later Bastian burst into the bedroom reeking of cordite. Lucas behind him dragged a large sports bag we had not noticed earlier. He hugged me so tight I could not breathe. Bastian called their parents with the panic attack story. We pulled the blanket tighter around our shoulders. The smell of pizza never reached the room, but the scent of burnt powder and wet earth sank into my memory. Time passes. I move cities. Felix moved countries for university. Yet sometimes at 4 in the morning I sit up, heart pounding, convinced I hear a distorted voice outside my apartment window calling Fenja in my mother's voice. Whenever that happens I pick up my phone and text Felix a single line. Still awake? His reply arrives within a minute, always the same answer, because neither of us truly sleeps when we remember that night. We do not know what they were. Skinwalkers, wendigos, pale ones, the internet has names for everything. All we know is that we never again trust late night knocks, and if we hear our own names in the dark we stay very, very silent. I have never thought of myself as someone who attracts strange incidents. I grew up in a country town where nothing remarkable ever seemed to happen. No hauntings, no UFO sightings, no whispered legends of shape-shifting spirits. Most of my childhood memories revolve around routine things: chilly mornings waiting for the school bus, the rattle of tractors crawling past our farmhouse, summer evenings filled with mosquitoes, and the smell of freshly cut hay. Everything felt solid, ordinary, unmagical, the way life in a rural corner of North Europe usually does. So when I finally moved to the city and began studying art in my mid-20s, I assumed the biggest surprises ahead of me would be discoveries about color theory, or the thrill of standing in front of a blank canvas with 36 fresh paint tubes at my disposal. Art school suited me perfectly. I woke early, left my apartment just after sunrise, and took the same 7 o'clock bus 5 days a week. In winter the sun did not rise until long after I had attended my first lecture, but that never bothered me. I loved everything about my new routine: the soft hiss of the radiator inside the bus, the way fellow commuters clenched paper cups of coffee between wool-clad hands, the scratchy announcements over the driver's microphone. Back in those days I was almost never ill. My body, like my schedule, felt reliable and familiar. If I ever stayed home, it was only because my period cramps were so sharp they made walking across the studio floor impossible. Otherwise I showed up, eagerly, consistently. Every day was a chance to improve my shading, to refine my understanding of perspective, to be surprised by something a teacher said about Italian frescoes or Japanese woodblock prints. Then came one February morning that did not follow that pattern at all. I remember the date because it fell a week after our midterm exhibition, when the adrenaline of showing my work to senior faculty had finally worn off. I went to bed earlier than usual, feeling satisfied as a cat curled up near a fireplace. Yet when my alarm rang at 6:30, I did not bounce up ready to greet the darkness with a paint-stained sweater and a thermos of tea. I felt gravel-voiced, stuffed-headed, as if someone had lined my throat with sandpaper. At first I told myself it was ordinary fatigue. The exhibition had involved long nights in the studio. Perhaps my nerves were simply demanding reprieve. So I trudged to the bathroom, brushed my teeth, splashed cold water on my face, and convinced myself breakfast would shock me back to normal. 20 minutes later I stood outside my apartment building wrapped in a scarf, waiting for the bus. Street lamps glowed like orange halos on the packed snow. Each breath left a white plume that drifted past my collar before fading into the dark. Tiredness rolled over me so heavily I feared my knees might buckle. The bus was late, or perhaps time only felt stretched by the weight inside my bones. Either way, I suddenly understood I could not endure an 8-hour day in a studio that smelled of turpentine and resin. I turned around, boots squeaking on crusted ice, and retraced the short walk back to my door. Inside I removed my coat and hat, set my phone on silent, and decided to sleep as long as my body desired. No medicine yet. I would take something only if this grogginess lingered after a decent nap. I lived in a small one-room flat, a tidy shoebox with a kitchenette, a desk, and an alcove that fit my bed like the missing piece in a puzzle. The alcove shared a wall with the entrance hallway, behind which were hooks for jackets and a narrow shelf for shoes. The building dated from the 1960s and the layout was sensible but unremarkable. Front door, meet a long hallway, then you step directly into the living space. Because the alcove shielded my bed from drafts and street noise, I always slept with my head toward the far wall and my feet angled toward the hallway. Most nights the position felt cozy, almost womb-like. I liked hiding behind that partial partition, hearing faint footsteps in the stairwell and knowing none of those neighbors could see me tucked beneath my duvet. I slid out of my clothes, folded them on the chair beside the bed, and crawled under the cover. The radiator hissed softly. The air smelled faintly of linseed oil from brushes I had cleaned the night before. Curtains muted the street lamps but did not extinguish them. A faint amber glow hovered in the room, enough to outline the bookshelf, the easel near the window, the stack of sketchbooks on the chest of drawers. Perhaps because the city never permits absolute darkness, sleep would not come. I lay awake, listening. Someone upstairs locked their apartment and descended the stairwell, slow steps, then the heavy door banging against its frame. Another tenant's alarm beeped through a wall, was silenced. I envied them the ability to leap out of bed and begin the day. Every muscle in my body felt stuffed with sand. Minutes crawled by. I rolled to my stomach, tucked the pillow under my chin, and tried to breathe deeper. That was when an unmistakable sound sliced through the hum of pipes and distant traffic. My front door lock clicked. Not a random creak or metal expansion, but the deliberate turn of a key inside a cylinder. I froze. My landlord owned a master key but always scheduled maintenance, and never arrived without calling. My mother possessed a duplicate because she worried about emergencies, yet she lived 45 minutes away and never surprised me on weekdays. No relative or friend would appear unannounced at 7 in the morning. I listened again. The lock gave another faint clack, followed by the slow rasp of wood moving over linoleum. The door eased open. A breath caught in my throat, half panic, half incredulity. Still, some corner of my brain scrambled for a rational explanation. Maybe the caretaker had misread an apartment number. Maybe my downstairs neighbor had lent her key to a visiting sibling who remembered the wrong floor and tried every lock until one yielded. Ridiculous possibilities, but they crowded my thoughts because any explanation felt safer than admitting the truth. An unknown intruder now stood inside my hallway. I debated whether to shout, to ask who was there. Instead, I lifted my head and peered over the mattress toward the alcove entrance. Amber light bled across the floor. Between alcove and hallway stood a 90-centimeter partition, a stub wall meant to hide jackets from immediate view. Above that half wall, a shape emerged. At first I mistook it for a person wearing black winter clothing. I expected to see a parka hood, perhaps a scarf, perhaps a burglar's ski mask. Then I registered its proportions. The head perched too high, inches below the ceiling. Shoulders sloped into arms so elongated the fingertips brushed mid-thigh. No cloth reflected the streetlight. Rather, the figure itself seemed to absorb every ray, turning them into velvety darkness. Not the passive darkness of a shadow, but a presence thick enough to swallow outlines. It leaned forward, long neck bending like the stem of a wilting flower, and the hand nearest me curled around the edge of the partition. I still believed it might be human, somehow, until its second hand slid into view. 6 fingers, each joint double the usual length, ended in fine tapering points. Those fingers gripped the wall with delicate intent, flexing as though testing the material for soundness, almost the way a cat needs sofa fabric before settling. I waited for a face to appear. Instead, a smooth oval hovered where a face should be, blank as uncut obsidian. Featureless yet expressive, for I sensed curiosity radiating from that void, the way one senses wonder in the tilt of a dog's head. Panic should have paralyzed me. Strangely, calm pulled in my chest. I felt no malice seeping from the figure, only watchfulness, an almost innocent fascination. It was as if the creature and I occupied a fragile bubble outside normal time, and within that bubble we recognized each other not as predator and prey but as two beings surprised by an accidental meeting. Even so, rational fear flickered. If it could open my door, it could harm me, intentionally or unwittingly. I tried to speak, to ask what it wanted, to whisper hello. My throat constricted. Only a faint hum escaped, as useless as a newborn's coo. The figure heard. Its faceless head turned directly toward me. An invisible gaze locked onto mine. The hand tightened on the wall, nails, or whatever horn-like material tipped its fingers, scraping delicately across plaster. It stepped forward. A knee unfolded, impossibly high above the floor, then bent as it ducked beneath the ceiling. Its torso elongated like taffy. When it reached my bedside, the top of its head still brushed the plaster, forcing it to hunch. One arm extended until those tapered fingers hovered a breath from my cheek. I thought I would feel cold, or static, or an energy surge. Instead, the air remained ordinary, almost peaceful. Had the creature chosen at that moment to touch me, I might have allowed it. Then instinct surged, some primate memory older than logic, and I shut my eyes. A final wheeze squeezed through my lips. For a heartbeat I sensed the being hesitate, perhaps startled by the sound, perhaps understanding I was too fragile to endure any further proximity. The amber light brightened as if someone turned up a dimmer switch. I opened my eyes. The alcove was empty. Silence swelled. The door no longer stood ajar. I saw the faint outline of the frame and realized the latch was once again engaged. No footsteps in the hall, no breathing but my own. Minutes passed before I dared sit up. I kept expecting my heart to slam, but it ticked steadily, as though reassured by the absence of threat. Sleep was impossible now. I dressed, brewed tea, and tried to sketch what I had seen. No pencil captured its proportions exactly. I wrote notes in my studio log, recording the time, the feeling of benevolence, the texture of its form, black so deep it seemed to draw the room inward. Later that afternoon my sister phoned. We chatted about mundane things until I mentioned I had stayed home sick. Something trembled in my voice and she caught it. Gently she asked what was wrong. I told her, half laughing at how insane it sounded. Silence lengthened on the line. Then she said slowly that she had seen the same creature years ago. She described riding home from high school in the county taxi. Their route wound through evergreen forest. Sunlight that late spring afternoon slanted between trunks, bright dark like a strobe. Something tall and black bounded alongside the van, keeping pace with shocking ease. It vanished whenever the trees cast shadow, reappearing in the next shaft of sun. She watched until the taxi left the wooded stretch and rumbled into farmland. The creature simply peeled away into thicker underbrush. No other student reacted. She alone sat rigid, pulse hammering, mouth dry. She feared speaking lest the words make the memory permanent. It did anyway. Our brother had his own encounter. Around age 10 he went to feed the chickens. A birch tree stood outside the kitchen window. As he stepped onto the porch he noticed something perched on a branch that should not have held a creature of that size. Black, faceless, limbs folded over itself like a crouching frog. He blinked. It dropped silently into the grass and melted into evening shadows at the far end of the yard. He ran inside, told no one until he heard my account. The three of us kept those experiences private. We had no proof beyond trembling voice notes and half-finished sketches. Years later, during a rare sibling reunion, we watched a late-night documentary about hauntings. One segment showed a homeowner's photograph taken in his basement, a grainy, high-contrast silhouette lurking between furnace pipes. It lacked facial features. Its height dwarfed the ductwork. Its arms dangled beyond normal ratio. My sister sucked in breath. My brother swore softly. I stared at the television screen and felt the room spin, not from fear this time, but from the jolt of recognition. Across geography and circumstance, someone else had seen our midnight visitor. I finished art school, found a job designing set pieces for a small theater, moved twice, collected fond memories and a few heartbreaks. Nothing eerily supernatural crossed my path again. Yet sometimes I wake before dawn, the room dimly lit by street lamp glow. For a fleeting instant I expect to find a black silhouette bending over me, head tilted in quiet curiosity. Instead I see only the wardrobe, the curtain's soft sway, the familiar remains of sleep-blurred dreams. Most nights I welcome that emptiness. Some nights, to my own surprise, I feel a hint of loss. Whatever entered my apartment was not menacing. It shared silence with me, respected my vulnerability, retreated when I could not endure any more strangeness. In that moment I brushed the edge of something vast, a reality bigger than the human story. We spend our lives mapping tiny safe circles around ourselves, bus routes, art studios, tidy apartments with alcove beds, yet beyond those circles other intelligences may roam, not evil, not good, simply present. I secure my locks now more out of habit than fear. I know a lock would never stop a being capable of unbolting doors without effort. But routine grants comfort, and comfort keeps the boundary between wonder and terror from fraying. If the black visitor returns, I hope I will greet it with steadier composure, maybe even manage real words instead of a wheeze, though I doubt it will need my language. We already shared an understanding deeper than speech. Until then, I go on painting winter streets, studying chiaroscuro, laughing with friends over coffee in the student union. Ordinary days roll forward. Inside each canvas I hide a hint of inky silhouette, elongated fingers, a suggestion of blank oval eyes, just enough to remind myself that even the quietest life can open, without warning, onto strangeness wider than imagination.